Chapter 927. If not for the great clan elder doing such a crazy and cruel thing, just by relying on the holy flame, the great clan elder's name would definitely go down in history. Tang Tian had always been thinking, what kind of law was the emulated law inside the holy flame? Although he had seen the emulated law inside the holy flame the moment the holy flame clashed with the god armor, but the entire process was too short, and he did not see what law it was. But he suddenly understood, it was the radiant law, the projected radiant law. It cannot be any other law, it can only be the radiant law. Tang Tian admired the great clan elder in his heart, but he did not know that he was also a freak in the eyes of others. The zero energy body, the law-tempering body, the awakened god armor, the god armor army, they were all created by him. After seeing all sorts of strange powers, Tang Tian's mental fortitude and vision had long changed. While others were filled with fear towards the holy flame, he had already understood the theory behind the holy flame, and was full of praise for the holy flame and the great clan elder. Xia immediately replied with a sweet smile. Tang Tian, who had retracted his smile, became solemn once again. His gaze was focused on the holy flame floating in the sky. Everyone's safety was in his hands, and at the moment, he was under immense pressure. They only had one chance, and he could only activate the god armor once. If he failed this time, he muttered in his heart, to himself. Tang Tian felt Xia's gaze, and thought that Xia was afraid, so he revealed a reassuring smile. He faced himself, just like how he faced himself in the valley outside Star Wind City. Xia's eyes were as bright as stars. She subconsciously held her breath. It had been a long time since he had a young lad who was like a god to himself. His strength was no longer the weak young lad of the past. He had started to look down on the world. He had started to move unhindered. He had started to act like a leader. He had started to act like a monarch. The moment the god armor was activated, the surrounding holy flames immediately flew over from all directions as though they had smelled blood. This point was suddenly enlightened, and many places in Tang Tian's mind also became clear. He had studied temples' ordinary holy flames before, and had some understanding of the radiant law. The radiant law was pure and tyrannical, but Tang Tian's body had been tempered by countless of laws. Yes, there was only admiration and no fear. Tang Tian closed his eyes. He could hear his pounding heart. It was so rapid, like a dense drum beat, shaking his whole body slightly numb. The mask on Tang Tian's face had long been melted by the god equipment law. His not-so-handsome face was like a magnet that firmly attracted her gaze. Compared to her memory of her big brother Tian from her childhood, this face now had less stubbornness and arrogance, and more maturity and gentleness, but full of seriousness and determination. It was still exactly the same as before. Because they were from Temple, and the great clan elder's holy flame was developed from Temple's holy flame. But in the depths of his heart, he was still that fearless youth. A feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time flowed into his body like a burning flame, igniting the desire that had been sleeping in his veins for a long time. An indescribable excitement coursed through every corner of his body like an electric current. The intense heartbeat that had made him nervous earlier was now like fuel that ignited his fighting spirit. Remove the energy barrier. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily he had brought enough gold-grade spirit cards, all of which were prepared by Pai Pa due to the appearance of saints in Heaven's Road, as well as the prevalence of mechanical armies. The price of spirit cards had dropped drastically. Ursa Major Constellation was currently rich and overbearing. They had an abundance of resources, and also had many gold-grade spirit cards. Pai Pa was meticulous. The last time Tang Tian returned to Three Spirit City, she had prepared many useful things for Tang Tian, the most important of which were the spirit cards, with over 100 gold-grade spirit cards. On the surface of Tang Tian's god armor, there was a thin layer of energy barrier, and it was this energy barrier that isolated the spirit chi of the god armor. Tang Tian stared at the holy flames not far away. After losing their target, the holy flames once again became slow and leisurely, like a jellyfish swimming in the ocean. But just as they were about to touch Tang Tian, their speed suddenly slowed down. They had lost their target. All of his anxiousness had been thrown to the 9 heavens, and he flew above the trading organization. The god armor was activated once again. The gold liquid flowed along the surface of his body, and Tang Tian's state of mind was once again immersed in the unique state of the god armor. Her mouth could not help but reveal a slight smile. Her bright eyes did not leave Tang Tian for even half a second. The only regret in her heart was that she was unable to help Big Brother Tian. She was an expert in commanding battles, and in terms of individual strength, she was far from Tang Tian. She had never had the chance to command battles, and naturally did not have the chance to display her abilities. Facing the holy flames, he did not hold back at all. The holy flames made him sigh in admiration. The miraculous balance and mutual influence was filled with an incomparable beauty, and was a masterpiece in human history. But that was not the reason for him to be afraid. A total of 100 gold-grade spirit cards floated quietly around him, as though there was an invisible force restraining them. His next action surprised everyone. He threw out a spirit card. From the moment she was in danger, she had always been calm. She felt that there was nothing to worry about as long as Big Brother Tian was here. She did not know why she would have such a thought. Maybe it was because when they were young, Big Brother Tian had always acted as a hero and stood in front of her? She had always been full of confidence in Tang Tian, completely without any reason, just like how Tang Tian, who only knew fundamental martial techniques, was a joke in the academy, but she still felt that Big Brother Tian was very powerful. Just like how they did not have any vows of undying love, but she was always filled with hope and confidence for their future. It was just that unreasonable. The golden figure in the sky opened up his arms like a war god. There was no such thing as an invincible power in the world. Any power would have its own shortcomings and limitations. To project the laws into the energy, and then use the carving laws to turn the energy into a void, fundamentally changing the nature of the energy. This had already broken away from the scope of techniques, just like how the holy flames could no longer become energy, nor could it become a law. It was a brand new, never-before-seen power, and that was the true power of the great clan elder. Creating a technique and creating a type of power, the two were on completely different levels. Tang Tian's orders could be said to be brazen, but Ji Zhe and the rest did not hesitate and immediately removed the energy barrier. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at Tang Tian with curiosity and anticipation. Ji Zhe and the rest naturally knew of their boss's abilities, but Wuxia, Xianxia and the rest had never seen Tang Tian's true abilities. Previously at the Chiu Offense Institute, Tang Tian was about to go on a killing spree, but in the end, Wuxia stole the limelight, and everyone saw Wuxia's magnificent performance. It was a gold-rank spirit card. It landed 10 in front of Tang Tian, and floated in the air, unmoving. Tang Tian's movements were extremely fast, as rays of gold light shot out from his chest. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by spirit cards, all of which were gold-rank spirit cards. He instructed Wuxia and Xianxia to stand below him and the spirit cards, and then got them to sit cross-legged. Tang Tian was speechless. That means I lost everything. I have to go back and thank Pai Pa, Tang Tian thought. But all of these regrets disappeared in the blink of an eye. As long as Big Brother Tian is here, godlike young lad. Including himself, everyone was going to die here. The Southern Alliance had lost the war, and would be swallowed by Temple, Three Spirit City and Ursa Major Constellation's fate would also fall into the abyss. Everyone had gone through so many battles, everyone had persevered and struggled, and the results would all disappear with this loss. Both parties were fighting to the death, although Tang Tian admired the great clan elder, but at the moment his mind was filled with thoughts on how to defeat the enemy. Even if I can't do it, dying together with Big Brother Tian is also a form of fortune. He was like a dragon that had been slumbering for 10,000 years, and had just been awoken, and could not wait to display his will to the world. When everyone followed Tang Tian's orders and entered their positions, they all quietened down. Using all of their strength, igniting all of their passion, without holding anything back, disregarding everything, they told themselves the answer they wanted. The great clan elder had absolute confidence in his holy flame, and all of his plans revolved around the holy flame. His confidence was not arrogance. It must be known that after promoting the holy flame for so many years, no one had ever discovered the secret of the holy flame. Regardless of whether it was the clan elders of Temple or the enemies of Temple, all of them thought that the holy flame was a secret technique of Temple, and that the great clan elders' training was the most profound. Go, go, go. When they were resting, Tang Tian had always been perfecting his thoughts. The densely packed gold-grade spirit cards floated around Tang Tian, flickering with gold light, like a golden ripple. The positions of the spirit cards had been meticulously arranged by Tang Tian, and not a single one touched the holy flame. Tang Tian opened his eyes, and in his abstruse eyes, there were flames blazing. The great clan elder would never have thought that there would actually be such a freak like Tang Tian in the world. The hollowified energy had to remain, and the virtual laws in the holy flame had to be removed. Godlike young lad. The only thing that could nourish spirit generals was the hollowified energy. Tang Tian had never seriously researched on spirit generals before, but he had many spirit generals by his side, and had his own understanding of spirit generals. In a sense, spirit generals were also existences that were hollowified. That was also why spirit generals were unable to directly absorb energy to strengthen themselves. Praise! A cold glint flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. All of the holy flames that resembled jellyfish were completely unaware that they had become prey in Tang Tian's eyes. It was as though a storm was rumbling in his heart, as though the sun was shining down on him, just like when he was young. When Tang Tian opened his eyes, the light aura of the energy barrier had dimmed and was on the verge of collapse. Only half of the God Armor army was still standing. The exhausted members were lying on the ground, close to fainting. And Ji and the rest who were bitterly holding on had reached their limits. Their faces were as pale as paper, their entire bodies were drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Some of the members had blood stains at the corner of their mouths. Even Tang Tian's zero-energy body was unable to compare to it, as his zero-energy body was still within the realm of the power of the physique. On the other hand, Tang Tian's awakened God Armor was somewhat interesting, but it was still not a completely new type of power. Ever since the God Armor army was formed, they had never been in such a sorry state. Chapter 9:28. But now, the number one bone in their body was telling them that it was going to be painful, and for them to bear with it, how could their expressions not change? Please allow me to be selfish. Ta Fei remained calm. I am unable to go against your orders, and regardless of the price, I am willing to pay. Just that, the blood and sins on my hands have caused me to lose the courage to continue living. The 12 spirit general knights all arrived in front of one of the pillars of punishment. In front of the fiery pillars that soared into the sky, they looked extremely small. As long as the tongues of flames swept over them, they would be engulfed, and not even ashes would be left. The great clan elder was silent. The flames suddenly stopped, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. His emotional wails were drowned out by the whistling of the flames. The great clan elder stared at his old partner, and after a long while he suddenly said, "You don't have to do this." The memories of his youth flashed past his eyes, causing Ta Fei's heart to feel warm. As per usual, he bowed solemnly, "Please allow Ta Fei to serve you one last time." With a slight sigh, the flames gradually split apart, and a skinny old man walked out from the flames. His dignified face was filled with sorrow. The great clan elder's appearance had always been a secret in Temple, and the people who had seen the great clan elder's true appearance were all decades ago, when the great clan elder was still young. After he gained power, he never revealed his true appearance. Every spirit general card released the aura of a spirit general. Spirit generals and holy flames were both products that were in between the two forms, so the two were able to fuse well. That was why the great clan elder placed all his hopes on the spirit generals. The holy flames would not reject the fusion with the spirit generals. As per usual, his hair was combed impeccably, and his white robe was as clean as new. What's there to not need? Ta Fei chuckled and bowed. I do not have many years left to live. Please allow me to contribute my last bit of strength for you. Xiao Ran was much more calm. She only grabbed onto her zanbato tightly. Snow City, Mace Field's trading organization Sky. What a pity, you will not be able to see this grand era. But Tang Tian had already found a way. In the distance, the great clan elder's gaze remained on Sophie. When he saw Sophie's hesitation, he snorted, and the surrounding cold air started to leak out. Sophie's eyes were as clear as water. She looked at the golden ocean in front of her, and sighed in her heart. Taffy, I'm right. I can definitely rebuild Temple. I will rule the world. Just you wait, Taffy. Xen hurriedly lowered his head again. As expected, the golden light did not scatter evenly on the ground. Instead, it outlined an extremely complicated pattern on the ground. Xian exclaimed in surprise. The pattern on the ground seemed familiar to him, as though he had seen it somewhere before. This strange sense of familiarity disappeared in a flash. When he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember anything. It was much easier for Temple's spirit generals to absorb the holy flames. The compatibility between the two was extremely high, and they could absorb it effortlessly. All of Temple's spirit generals were transformed from Honorable Martial Banner of Knights, and the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights had trained in the holy flames for decades, and the holy flames were like a part of their bodies. When they transformed into spirit generals, they retained this instinct. She leapt into the golden sea of holy flames. This fiery pillar was thicker and more robust than all the other fiery pillars, and the holy flames were even more ferocious. Within the flames, a blurry figure stared blankly at the thick pillar of fire. Sophie watched as they stepped into the surging holy flames. She sighed, and without hesitation, she stepped into the fiery pillar. Her body was submerged by the holy flames, and she did not know what she would look like after a few days. Do you still remember Charles? Do you still remember everyone? The golden flames suddenly danced wildly. The great clan elder scolded loudly, but after scolding he stopped, and only whimpers remained in the flames. The golden flames stopped in front of Charles's grave. Only when he saw Sophie enter the fiery pillar did he turn and leave. Xian finally remembered what the familiar pattern was. In the past, there were many energy houses in the army encampment. He had not figured out what the energy houses were used for, but he had already sensed that something was amiss and immediately shouted, Hey, I am actually a staff officer. Staff officer. Staff officers are clerks. Clerks do not go to the front lines. Xian and Xiaoman looked at each other and noticed the seriousness and shock in each other's eyes. The two of them had discussed about Tang Tian's strength before, and even if the two of them teamed up, they might not be able to defeat Tang Tian. The two of them were intelligent people. Tang Tian's performance was different from usual, which meant that the situation was more complicated and the pressure that Tang Tian had to bear. But Xian and the rest were different. What was useful to Xian and the rest was the hollowified energy. And the law projection in the holy flames was like poison to them. If they were to forcefully absorb it, they might unknowingly become Temple's spirit generals. He caressed the tombstone and sighed, Child, rest well. An unprecedented and powerful Temple was about to be born from his hands. A grand era was about to be born from his hands. The figure that stepped into the fiery pillar disappeared. The resolute and decisive words floated in the lonely wind. He firmly believed. Gradually, more and more golden lights scattered down. Xiaoman said softly, There are patterns on the ground. Xian and Xiaoman who were below looked up. They were extremely curious. They had never seen such methods before. Please take care. Ta Fei will not be able to serve you in the future. With Temple as the center, the 15 kilometers radius of the ring area had 12 pillars of punishment scattered all around. Ta Fei's face revealed a warm smile. The golden holy flames surged out of his body and silently swallowed. From the start to the end, he maintained his smile, without any pain. When the last strand of soul was completely incinerated, the golden fiery pillar shot into the sky. Maybe it's better not to remember. The last bit of light behind her disappeared, and she was completely immersed in the golden world. The flowing holy flames emitted a divine aura. For some reason, the divine aura was extremely warm and intimate, causing her body to uncontrollably want to touch the golden holy flames, and uncontrollably want to jump into the warm embrace. It was as though there was a voice in the depths of her body that kept on telling her, as long as she gave her all to the warmth, all of her hesitation and confusion would be answered. all of her sorrow and disappointment would be redeemed. The great clan elder's voice was slightly emotional. You can become a spirit general, although the chances are not high, but at least there is a chance. We can still fight side by side. He stared at the tombstone, the sorrowful aura enveloping the entire graveyard. With a gray translucent body, no one would have thought that the great clan elder who held the highest authority in temple was actually a spirit general. He suppressed the shock and suspicion in his heart. Just at that moment, Tang Tian's voice came out from above. It might be more painful later, you guys have to endure it. When the holy flames were swept into the golden ring formed by the gold spirit cards, they suddenly became joyful, and the frequency of the flames jumping became much faster. There was something in this region that attracted them. Furthermore, the two of them had seen Tang Tian's usual training, and his determination to risk his life made the two of them prostrate themselves in admiration. They had never heard Tang Tian complain about being tired or bitter, and in their hearts, Tang Tian was definitely the #1 tough nut to crack. Magatama, who had remained silent in the corner, raised her beautiful face. It was filled with shock, as though she had seen something terrifying. Without any hesitation, they stepped into the fiery pillar at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, their bodies disappeared. Axen swallowed his saliva. He wanted to know how painful it was. He walked along the spacious and empty temple. His footsteps were firm, every step was extremely heavy, causing sparks to fly out. The lonely echo did not make him hesitate or lament. He looked at the spacious and empty temple, and he could imagine how lively and prosperous it would be in the future. We are righteous. Ta Fei, are you doubting our cause? Only by sweeping away all the obstacles can we rebuild temple. Have you forgotten the oath we made when we were young? You said that you wanted to fight alongside me. But now you want to leave me? What is blood? What's the point of sin? Ta Fei laughed. That is why you are the great clan elder, and I am Ta Fei. Suddenly, the great clan elder stretched out his leg and walked towards the fiery pillar. Night fell, but the Saint Continent was still as bright as day. The holy flames flowed in the sky, releasing a divine golden light aura that chased away the darkness. With that, he turned and left. The golden holy flames once again enveloped his body. He walked towards the center of temple, the altar in the center of temple, where his most loyal companion, his most reliable partner, clan elder Ta Fei stood. After a long time, only the flames remained. Axin acutely noticed that Tang Tian was different from usual. His voice was still Tang Tian's, but it was filled with indifference. They had interacted with Tang Tian for a long time, and had a basic understanding of Tang Tian, and usually, Tang Tian was a passionate person. The gold-grade spirit cards that floated in the air formed a golden ring. On top of the golden ring, Tang Tian opened up his arms, as though he was hugging the sky. The new temple would rule the entire world. Regardless if it was the sacred Saint Galaxy or Heaven's Road, they would all belong to temple. A sigh came out from the flames, and only at this time would the great clan elder's voice have an additional tinge of old age and sorrow. He stood in front of the tomb for a long time, until night fell. Suddenly, specks of golden light scattered down, like golden snowflakes. It was extremely beautiful. Axion extended his palm out, attempting to catch the specks of light, but the specks of light slipped past his palm and fell to the ground. The specks of golden light fell to the ground, causing the ground to be dyed with a layer of faint golden light. The speed of the windscreen became faster and faster. It was like a gigantic vortex, producing a powerful suction force, causing the surrounding holy flames to be attracted towards it. The golden pattern beneath their feet once again erupted with light auras, as though they were standing in a golden vortex. The past was the past, what was lost, so what did it matter if they could be saved or not? That was the only reason left for him to live. The spirit cards beneath his feet released dazzling golden light. The congealed golden light seemed to have submerged Tang Tian's figure. The surrounding air started to change. They started to flow along the golden ring, and a faint wind screen formed around the golden ring. You coward! Coward! Fool! The flames danced wildly. The great clan elder was extremely agitated and hysterical. Chapter 929. Without hesitation, he immediately guided a holified energy sword aura from the windscreen towards the holy flame. The moment the sword aura struck the holy flame, it exploded into countless of energy pearls, as though it was raining. Although Xie knew that Tang Tian had suffered a lot in the past few years, but hearing Sima Zhao's words, she still felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Xie immediately ignored Xian and the rest who were screaming. Her gaze was fixated on the golden figure above the tornado, and she could not shift her gaze away. Without a sound, the two were destroyed at the same time. Yes, it is the Whirlpool Sword Storm. Sima Zhao explained. It originates from the Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique, and is a technique that uses sword concept to temper the martial spirit. In Tang Tian's hands, it flourished, and the Whirlpool Sword became the Whirlpool Sword Storm, which Tang Tian trained in when he was in the Ursa Major constellation, and in the end, used it to kill a saint. The holified energy in the air slowly converged towards the core of the emulated laws, and in the next moment, a strand of holy flame appeared in front of Tang Tian. The newly formed holy flame was much dimmer than before, and the flames were much smaller. The most praiseworthy thing about the holy flame was its thought process and creativity, and not its techniques towards laws and energy. Since there was no way to separate the two, then he would destroy the balance between the two. Using laws to break through the holified energy and collide with the emulated laws. When the two collided, it would cause them to be destroyed, and Tang Tian would be able to obtain the pure holified energy. This was the most exhausting step, but it was also a step that could not be missed. Xian felt as though he was about to fly. The feeling was too satisfying, something he had never experienced before. Tang Tian immediately had the urge to cry. I can't continue like this. Of course, it might not be easy, but it was ultimately a feasible method, and it was the only method that Tang Tian could think of in such a short period of time. As for the risks, Tang Tian could not be bothered about it at the moment. Tang Tian was surprised, but very quickly he thought about it. The sensitivity and powerful control of laws meant that he could do all sorts of experiments, and that was the most powerful aspect of the awakened God armor. All sorts of experiments and the relationship between the various laws were of great help to him in understanding the laws. This advantage was something that even Du Ku, who had a law domain, could not achieve. If Du Ku knew of the miraculous use of the awakened God armor, he would probably be drooling on the spot. When they heard the wails coming from inside, they immediately looked like they had expected it. But as the shrill cries and wails grew more and more mournful, they couldn't help but be alarmed and pale. What exactly is happening inside? What exactly did Master do to Xian and the others? Why were they in so much pain? But, even if it was Tang Tian, he could not do it. That was because his God equipment could control nomological threads, but it was useless against virtual nomological threads. Before this, Tang Tian had never seen emulated laws or holified energy. Sima Zhao's words were filled with awe and respect. The longer one interacted with Tang Tian, the harder it was for one to feel enmity towards him. Suddenly, the gold rank spirit card released a golden light, and the restless holy flames froze. But the real test was about to begin. When Xie heard that Tang Tian had trained in it before, his heart could not help but tremble. Chi, an extremely fine sound of something tearing through the air came out, but inside the water pillar, it was undetectable. Whirlpool Sword Storm? Xie turned and asked. Absorbing the holified energy from the ground, the windscreen started to change. The originally thin windscreen was now like a layer of water screen. Very few people train in the Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique because the cultivator needs to endure extreme pain, and is hailed as the cruelest tempering spirit technique. Who knew that Tang Tian would actually be able to create an even more terrifying Whirlpool Sword Storm? The pain is simply unimaginable, and is hailed as the limit of what a human can endure. For Tang Tian to be able to achieve what he has today, it is truly admirable. Very quickly, his eyes lit up. Everyone had their suspicions and did not understand. Only Sima Zhao seemed to be in deep thoughts. His eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light aura, and he blurted out, Whirlpool Sword Storm. This thought was the first to be rejected by Tang Tian. The Whirlpool Sword Storm's current size was already extremely huge. Its height had already reached 120 m, and its diameter had reached 50 m, like a small mountain. Such a gigantic being, the power it contained was extremely terrifying, and was not something he alone could contend against. If one day, Tang Tian was able to understand the essence of laws, he would be able to create his own laws, and that was a domain that humans had never reached before. Alright, in truth, Tang Tian was too busy to care about it. Tang Tian, who was in the state of the god armor, was extremely sensitive and instinctive towards data. He was extremely calm. According to the current growth rate of the two, in 10 minutes, he would be submerged by the tide of holy flames, and at that time, the critical point would appear, and the first fish that escaped the net would appear. Xie revealed a look of reluctance. Her gaze was fixated on the wind screen vortex. He had missed out on an important detail. Upon the formation of the whirlpool sword storm, it would have the ability to strengthen itself and would not be controlled by him. The current situation was like that. The whirlpool sword storm continued to expand, and its suction force was also increasing at an astonishing rate. Chi-chi-chi. Those were the most common words used by the citizens of the Ursa Major constellation to motivate their children. If Tang Tian knew about it, he would definitely cry, "What do you mean by courage after being ashamed? Those fellows are obviously rejoicing in my misfortune, coming here every day to listen to my screams. It is simply for the sake of happiness." Axon did not notice that beneath his feet, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. It was like the ruins of an energy house that was releasing a faint light aura. The raindrops of hollowified energy smashed onto the ground and instantly seeped into the ground. The hollowified energy that seeped into the ground would then enter the windscreen. He only needed to draw in sword auras from the windscreen and use them to destroy the holy flames. Then he could easily control the law threads and destroy the emulated laws. The amount of hollowified energy in the windscreen was endless, which meant that the number of sword auras were endless as well. With that, his speed of handling the holy flames would explosively increase to an astonishing level. Child, look at how even His Majesty has to pay such a huge price for his achievements. What qualifications do you have to be afraid of pain and fatigue? No matter how miserable it is, can it be more miserable than His Majesty? No matter how painful it is, can it be more painful than His Majesty? Do you know why our Ursa Major constellation's armies are invincible? Back then, the generals and soldiers under His Majesty would specially stand outside the windscreen and cry when they heard His Majesty's screams, and from then on, they became courageous and worked hard to become the invincible elites under His Majesty. Even with the help of the awakened god armor, it was still not an easy task. The amount of holy flames was truly too much, to the point that it made one's hair stand. He was extremely curious. How many spirit generals did the great clan elder prepare? With so many holy flames, how many spirit generals do I need to absorb them all? Tang Tian did not stop him, but carefully observed the entire process. I need to make a change. Tang Tian was extremely clear on this point. Almost all of the spirit generals were struck. The sword auras formed from the hollowified energy all carried extremely cold and sharp auras, causing all of the spirit generals to feel as though they were about to be sliced apart. Compared to Tang Tian's Sword Tempest Cyclone, the Sword Tempest Cyclone formed from the hollowified energy was even more terrifying. After all, the energy density of the constellation that Tang Tian was in could not be compared to the Saint Continent. Furthermore, the hollowified energy was much stronger than ordinary energy. Xiao Ran, who was by the side, also felt comfortable, but when she saw Xian's wretched expression from the corner of her eyes, she almost raised her leg and kicked him as far away as she could. But after considering that it was a crucial moment, she endured and worked hard to absorb the hollowified energy. I need more law threads. Only with more law threads can I handle more holy flames. More law threads is not difficult. As long as Tang Tian relaxes his control over the god armor, he can control even more law threads. But the more law threads, the higher the requirement for control, and he was unable to control so many law threads at the same time. His efficiency was much higher than at the start, and the vast amount of holy flames allowed him to gain an abundance of experience. Currently, he could handle 500 strands of holy flames at the same time without any mistakes. But the continuous increase in speed did not make him happy at all. but instead caused him to feel the pressure that continued to increase. Alright, Big Brother Tian has experienced it before, then you guys better enjoy it. Oh, I mean, do your best. She knew that Tang Tian definitely had some special method, but hearing their screams, she could not help but pray in her heart, you guys better hold on. Tang Tian immediately realized that he had grasped the crux of the problem. Tang Tian seemed to have understood something. He guided the sword auras to strike the holy flames, and the process repeated itself. Tang Tian tried it a few times, and looked at every single detail carefully, and finally understood it. Countless sword auras formed from hollowified energy shot out from the windscreen. The law threads in Tang Tian's hands immediately attracted the attention of the holy flames, which initially floated above the gold spirit card became restless. The sword auras were formed from hollowified energy, and when they struck the holy flames, as the two energies were of the same attribute, they did not dissipate. But the power of the sword auras caused the structures of both parties to shatter, and the hollowified energy of the holy flames and the emulated law core were separated. Tang Tian focused on controlling the rhythm, and when the number of holy flames surging in reached 100, the wind screen isolated the aura. The holy flames that were surging in lost their target, and their speed suddenly decreased, and they floated outside the wind screen like jellyfish. Tang Tian tried it again, and like the previous time, the emulated law core was exposed in the air, but this time, Tang Tian controlled a law thread and struck the emulated law core. The law threads in Tang Tian's hands dimmed slightly, and a layer of energy appeared on their surface. Tang Tian's hands trembled, and the law threads that were enveloped in energy became taut, and like arrows, they pierced into the holy flames. Doesn't that mean I have to experience the sword tempest cyclone again? Xen never thought that it was just the beginning. Decrease the speed of the sword tempest cyclone? How can I reduce the consumption of energy? Then I can only increase the speed at which I handle the holy flames. But how can I increase the speed at which I handle the holy flames? Xian's mouth was wide open, his face revealing an expression of enjoyment. It felt so good, he felt that he had wasted the past 10,000 years. But he still retained a trace of consciousness. He did not forget Tang Tian's reminder. Could it be that son-in-law is reminding us that we are in pain from overeating? Oh my, that is truly unbearable. The energy enveloping the law threads quickly melted. The hollowified energy and energy were also mortal enemies. Right before the energy melted, the law threads touched the illusory figure in the center of the holy flames. As expected, it is as I thought. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He had found a way. From this, Tang Tian's improvement could be seen. In the past, he could only use his god fist to gather law threads. But now, he was able to use various methods to grab onto the law threads in the air. It was an all-round improvement. He felt that it was getting more and more strenuous, and he knew that his improvement could not keep up with the expansion of the sword tempest cyclone. After being struck, the hollowified energy and sword auras of the holy flames had dissipated at the same time, but the emulated law core inside the holy flames was still intact. But without the protection of the hollowified energy, it was completely exposed in the air. It was a strand of gray mist that was thinner than a hair, and emitted an obscure aura. Without any sound, the emulated law and the law threads that pierced into the holy flames were instantly destroyed. The holy flames were like worms that had their bones removed, or like a candle that had its wick removed. It slowly dispersed. In the blink of the eye, the dispersed holy flames became transparent light spots. This was the true form of the hollowified energy. Without the emulated radiant law, the pure hollowified energy was transparent and colorless. Xiaoman's reaction was much faster than Xen, and at the same time, she held her blade in front of her. But what happened next surprised her. The sword aura actually directly entered her blade, and the sharp intent caused her entire body to go numb. But because of the downpour inside the windscreen, no one noticed the change in the windscreen. With the addition of the hollowified energy, the windscreen became even more attractive to the holy flames, and the speed at which the holy flames surged in increased. Xen and the rest felt that if it was a downpour previously, it was as though they were being struck by a waterfall. Godlike young lad, behind these 6 words, he was soaked with sweat and blood. and endured a lot of pain and loneliness. You can't even be jealous of such a person. If there were no other external factors, the emulated law core would attract the hollowified energy, and they would once again form the holy flames. Tang Tian thought of another idea. Seems like it is not only about the number of law threads, but also the process of handling the holy flames. The stronger the sword tempest cyclone, the more intense the pain, and the more intense the wails. Inside the windscreen, 100 strands of holy flames dispersed, and above every gold-grade spirit card floated a strand of holy flame. The spirit card's gold light enveloped the holy flames, and the unique aura of the spirit cards caused the holy flames to freeze in place. Even the speed at which the flames danced became slower, as they were attracted by the aura of the spirit cards. After the first success, Tang Tian's confidence grew. His hand movements became more and more familiar, and the amount of holy flames surging in increased. This directly caused the hollowified energy to become more and more concentrated, and Xin and the rest felt as though they were in a downpour. In the past, Tang Tian was the person he paid close attention to, and he was extremely clear of the major events that happened in the Ursa Major constellation. He had specially investigated the Sword Tempest Cyclone before. When he first saw the windscreen, he did not think of it, but when he heard the sword wails inside, he immediately thought of what was in front of him. It was a pity that he did not know. Every dot of light was a standard sphere, like a transparent ball. If Crane or Ling Su were here, they would be able to recognize it immediately, the Sword Tempest Cyclone. That was the Sword Tempest Cyclone that Tang Tian used to scare everyone half to death in the past. In the Ursa Major constellation, when Tang Tian was able to complete the Sword Tempest Cyclone in the past, he had won countless praises. Of course, what everyone enjoyed the most was Tang Tian's continuous wails and wails for the past few months. The mournful wails and wails would cause anyone who heard it to cry. Bang bang bang. After the painful experience, even after such a long time, even if he was in the state of the god armor, Tang Tian's body could not help but tremble. He was still rejoicing in the misfortune of Xin and the rest, but in the blink of an eye, he himself had fallen into the pit. Holy flames surged over from all directions. The spirit chi on the gold rank spirit card attracted them. The spirit chi of the gold rank spirit card was extremely attractive to them. The unique characteristics of the awakened god armor did not help Tang Tian much in understanding a particular law, but in terms of understanding the relationship between laws and understanding the origin of laws, it had an unparalleled advantage. If he truly did that, it meant that he would have to face the sword auras, the astonishing number of sword auras. Tang Tian's usage of the god armor was not only for fighting. To him, the sensitivity and control of laws to the extreme was not for fighting, but for training. Xin was puzzled. It's not painful, and there's nothing for me to endure. Tang Tian looked at the scene below him. Until now, everything was still in his control. Sword? In the moment of life and death, a person's potential would be stimulated to the maximum, and that was the easiest time to break through. Although it was extremely dangerous to use battle to nurture battle, but it was a widely recognized concept. But the flash of inspiration in the moment of life and death was all built on perseverance and bitter training. Without the deep accumulation, it was impossible to have a flash of inspiration in the moment of life and death. Xian's body suddenly froze, a sharp pain spread from his thigh to his entire body. He was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. They pierced through the layer of golden light released by the spirit cards, and poured down like rain. When the light landed on the spirit generals, they immediately permeated into their bodies, and all of the spirit generals were roused. Xin and Xiao Ran were elated. They could feel their bodies becoming stronger. Without needing his orders, all of the spirit generals were busy receiving more hollowified energy. But there was too much hollowified energy, and although they received a lot of it still fell to the ground. Tang Tian, who had his arms wide open, carefully experienced the law threads that were drifting in the air. Suddenly his eyes lit up with a cold light. He clenched his 10 fingers together and grabbed the air, causing the flickering light auras to appear in his palms. The cruelest thing in the world is this. Tang Tian did not know what was happening outside. and as for the screams and howls below, he did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy. Back then, when I was in a living hell, those assholes were actually listening to me with interest. Hee hee, now it's my turn to be interested. What shocked everyone even more was that the windscreen vortex was continuously expanding and an endless stream of holy flames surged in from all directions. The windscreen vortex became bigger and bigger, and the sword cries became clearer and clearer. What if there's an external force? That's too awesome. Endure it for the master to say that it's such a terrifying word. Xian's stupefied mind only had one thought, asshole, that guy is speaking the truth. The immense pressure caused even Tang Tian, who was in the state of his god armor, to feel the suffocating pressure of MT Tai. His hands did not slow down at all, and his brain was operating at high speeds. What do I do? Chi. Tang Tian did not give up. He was thinking with all his might, and carefully recalled what was the most difficult part of handling the holy flames. Which step took up the most time? This question only flashed through his mind for a moment. The pressure he was under was greater than he had expected. The holy flames were hostile towards laws, and he needed to wrap the law threads with a layer of energy, and the layer of energy had to be neither thick nor thin, able to protect the law threads through the outer layer of the holy flames, and not obstruct the law threads from clashing with the emulated laws at the core of the holy flames, causing the two to be destroyed. There were more and more sword auras, to the point that they were even more concentrated than raindrops. Under the guidance of the windscreen, they revolved at high speeds. The sharp whistling sounds became even more gloomy and became even more terrifying, causing people's scalps to go numb. The sword auras that revolved at high speeds were like a capstan of swords. The sharp sword concept pressed down from all directions, causing Xiao Ran to feel as though she was about to be grinded into pieces. She even felt as though her body was being torn apart. The intense pain pierced through her heart, but before she fainted, the hollowified energy continued to replenish and repair her body. Destroying is also much easier than constructing. The holy flames became sluggish, the emulated law threads appeared, and one of the law threads firmly pierced into their core. The holy flame structure was extremely stable. The emulated laws and hollowified energy had achieved a miraculous balance. This balance was extremely stable, and the two mutually influenced each other. It was almost impossible to directly extract the emulated laws from the holy flames. Alright, Tang Tian is still far away from that, far beyond my reach. But what he was using now was his usual comprehension, his understanding of laws. The gloomy and soul-stirring whistling sound was unable to cover the heart-wrenching screams coming from within, causing Jizai and the rest to be frightened to the point that their faces turned pale. In truth, when Tang Tian had reminded Xian and the rest, Jizai and the rest had already rejoiced in their misfortune. They were extremely clear on how terrifying the master's measure of pain was. But if Xian knew about it, he would definitely crawl out of the windscreen, even if he was beaten to death. Tang Tian was fully focused on handling the holy flames. The dispersing hollowified energy slowly floated towards the core of the emulated laws. Suddenly, Tang Tian had a thought. If the hollowified energy transformed into sword auras and struck the holy flames, what would happen? Ayaya, it's really too painful. It's so full that it's painful. It's so satisfying that it's painful. The sword tempest was an idea that struck Tang Tian, because he felt that there were too many holy flames, and thus he was thinking, how could he make better use of them? At that time, he thought of the Whirlpool Sword Storm. The Whirlpool Sword Storm's original name was the Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique. It was extremely suitable for Xian, Xiao Ran and the rest. Under the state of the god armor, Tang Tian's sensitivity towards laws had reached an unimaginable level, and from that, it could be seen that the awakened god armor that Tang Tian had created was a powerful existence that was not inferior to the holy flames. The rate at which the holy flames surged and became faster and faster, and the holy flames required Tang Tian to handle before they could obtain the hollowified energy. If he did not handle it in time, and the holy flames mixed into the sword tempest and were transformed into sword auras, it would be fatal to Xian, Xiao Ran and the rest. There was no end to this cycle. Chapter 930. Tang Tian suddenly had a thought. The previous sword tempest cyclone tempered my martial spirit, then what is this sword tempest cyclone tempered? But he had never expected that he would actually have to use the sword tempest cyclone again. And the difficulty this time was much higher than the previous time, and it was no longer something that he could just endure. I need to maintain a high level of concentration, control the law threads, and strike the exposed emulated law core. According to logic, with such intense pain, Exin would have fainted long ago. But the hollowified energy that was constantly squeezing in healed his body, and the moment the wounds appeared, they would be healed. After that, they would crack and heal again, and this cycle would repeat endlessly. But I have no other choice. A pity for Mu Jixia. The old commander suddenly spoke. A pity for the entire army, they were all good soldiers. The two of them were startled, they subconsciously looked at each other, and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. The place where the sword pierced. Oh my God! SSS. Asshole, there was almost a fish that escaped the net. Oh my, I need to find a chance to beat little fool up. Oh my, that's great, I did not beat him up. If I'm in a bad mood, I will beat little fool up. Alright, in truth, Tang Tian did not understand the mess of things on his body. He was suddenly curious and excited. His current body had already been tempered to the extreme, but his soul and the like had always been a headache for him. Because of Little Fool, he was very different from ordinary people in this aspect. The surrounding guards were about to stop him, but the old commander signaled for them to let him pass. An intense pain came from all parts of his body at the same time. Tang Tian felt as though he was being struck by a gigantic wave. He had difficulty breathing, his mind went blank for a moment. This time, other than laughing bitterly, even the calmness of the god armor state could not stop him from laughing bitterly. In that moment, a large amount of holy flames were shattered, and the emulated law core was exposed. Old Tang could not help but sigh. Just watch, Temple is going against the flow, they are seeking their own destruction, and no one can save Temple. If God wishes to destroy them, he will definitely make them go crazy. For them to be so crazy, it is time for them to die. He didn't know if it was because he had experienced it before. Although the pain this time was also very intense, it wasn't as terrible as he had expected. After a while, he felt that he was gradually getting used to this intensity. Only the coldness that almost froze his soul made him feel a little pain. We have to settle this debt properly. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian's eyes regained their calmness and determination. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well bring it on. Tang Tian's hands suddenly spread open again. The surrounding wind curtains suddenly exploded, and countless sword lights burst out like raindrops. He felt that he was really stupid. Just now, he felt the pain of eating too much, but he actually laughed. He wanted to cry. He was crying because of his own stupidity. Enduring the pain and numbness all over his body, Tang Tian controlled the laws with both hands and threw them out like a javelin, hitting the emulated law cores that were floating in the holy flames. Idiot! The regiment commander glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. If you haven't done anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. We can't cross the Wei Yiguan continent. The old commander said honestly. He even had a bit of energy to think about the reason behind it. Could it be because of the hollowified energy? The sword auras were formed from the hollowified energy, and would naturally have the characteristics of the hollowified energy. Could this be the characteristics of the hollowified energy? The intense pain caused him to grab onto everything that he could. Unknowingly, he had taken out the undying sword, his hands gripping onto the sword hilt tightly. All Exen could do was scream, and he could not even control his screams. To think that he would actually end up in such a miserable state. The old commander did not know what to say. He was not good at consoling people. In such a situation, it was truly not something that could be achieved by relying on schemes. All famed generals were most afraid of such a situation. Tang Tian had completely forgotten how he had deviated from the topic, but very quickly, a scream came out of his mouth. He felt that he had jinxed himself. Just now, I actually felt that it wasn't painful enough. What's wrong with me? He had never heard of his own father doing anything to his own son's soul, and what made him unable to accept it was that in the old man's heart, Little Fool was actually the rightful choice. Old Tang's old commander and the rest solemnly buried Mu Jixia. Of course, they were unable to do any rites on the battlefield. The so-called solemnness was just an additional wooden plaque. On it were the words, Mu Jixia's grave. Now, he had experienced it for himself. Childish. Tang Tian had gone through many difficult training, from the earliest 1,000,000 times of fundamental martial techniques, to the fire scythe ghost claws grinding iron felt etc. Regardless of which training it was definitely not easy. But the one that left the biggest shadow in his heart, the one that he definitely did not want to experience a second time, was the sword tempest cyclone. The old commander was not moved. You are worse than a ghost. The hollowified energy that was like a waterfall had caused Xian and the rest to feel like they were swimming in the sea. Wrong, not swimming, but sinking into the sea. As time passed, Tang Tian could clearly feel the pressure increasing. He knew that he could not drag on any longer. He had to admit that the effects of the Sword Tempest Cyclone's training were outstanding, but even so, he definitely did not want to experience it a second time. He did not even have the courage to recall it. He did not even know how he had endured through that period of time. He was not sure if he could endure it a second time. It was rare for him to have such a mentality. One must know that he was definitely not a cowardly person. The Sword Tempest Cyclone was like an inflated balloon, expanding at an astonishing rate. The number of sword auras were also increasing at an astonishing rate. The pain was also increasing at an astonishing rate. The rate of holy flames surging in was increasing, and the number of emulated law cores that Tang Tian needed to destroy was also increasing, and the hollowified energy was also increasing. But he knew that he could not allow anything to happen to him, and at the same time, he bit his tongue. The sweet taste of blood spread in his mouth, causing his mind to wake up, and he knew that it was not the time for him to be in a daze. He felt as if his soul was being twisted and trembling. Old Tang immediately stopped trembling and said, "I forgot that you are a ghost." The pain in his entire body was extremely clear, and it was completely different from the previous time. The pain this time was filled with traces of Yin coldness. The Yin coldness was not dense, but it was extremely penetrative. Tang Tian felt that his entire body was about to freeze, but he knew that the Yin coldness had directly permeated into his soul. His muscles and blood vessels were as good as new, without any signs of being frozen. Tang Tian could not count how many sword auras there were, or how many holy flames were destroyed. Tang Tian could not count either. He could only use all his strength to destroy the emulated law cores that appeared in his vision, frantically destroying them. He was like a killing machine that did not know what fatigue was. "Master, we have a way to enter the Wei Yi Guan continent." The soldier's clothes were tattered, his face was skinny, his eyes were sunken in, and only his eyes revealed a bone-deep hatred. Thus, he screamed even more miserably. The two of them snorted at the same time. The two of them were used to such meaningless quarrels. He was truly feeling the pain of being stuffed. The sword auras felt as though they were slicing his flesh. The pain of being stuffed made him feel as though he could explode at any moment. The inhuman pain was causing him to almost faint. He wished that he could faint, but he did not have the chance to do so. Old Tang was silent. He knew the logic behind it. If not, the savage army would not have been stuck here for so long. But when he heard the answer, he could not conceal his disappointment. He had initially thought that with the old commander's standard, he might have a good idea. Tang Tian frantically used his law threads to attack the emulated law cores, as though only by being in a frenzy could he barely focus. He felt his mind going numb, the light in his eyes dimming, but his movements did not slow down. Old Tang suddenly trembled. Why is it a little cold?" Countless laws and emulated law cores were destroyed at the same time. "Old man, you better not let me find you." Humph humph. He did not notice that the undying sword was like a dried-up sand dune, greedily devouring the hollowified energy. Xian felt as though he was a balloon. The hollowified energy was squeezing in from all parts of his body. That's right, it was squeezing in. At the start, they needed to absorb it by themselves, but now they did not want to. But the vast amount of hollowified energy was forcefully squeezing into his body from all directions. But at that moment, he could not stop, even if his soul was trembling in pain, he could not stop. The holy flames that were not dealt with, if they were to slip through and transform into sword auras, it would destroy Xin and the rest. Sigh, he suddenly inhaled a breath of cold air, his expression froze and his face turned pale white. Old Tang turned and asked unwillingly, "Is there no other way?" Bang. Screams came out incessantly, he was unable to control himself, the pain in his body, no, it was the pain in his soul. His mind suddenly surfaced the scene of Clan Elder Su struggling in the holy flames, especially the scene of his soul struggling, although it was silent, but anyone who saw that scene would feel the terrifying pain. At this moment, a soldier who had just finished paying his respects walked over with a heavy gait. The hollowified energy was like seawater flowing backwards, trying its best to squeeze into his body. Strand after strand, it was like being pricked by needles, his entire body was in pain, his entire body was in pain, his entire body was in pain, the only thing that comforted him was that the pain was evenly distributed. His gaze looked at the soldiers who were paying their respects to Mu Jixia's grave, and he could not help but sigh. He was an old-fashioned general, and had special feelings for the soldiers, and could not bear to see such a scene. How could the soldiers have the spirit of the number one army under the heavens? Their faces were withered, their eyes were empty, as though they were walking corpses. "We can only attack now, but the casualties will be huge," the old commander said helplessly. "Such an impregnable pass, and the one defending it is Jia Ye, who is proficient in defense. We will not have a chance. I can bring them to take risks, but I cannot bring them to their deaths." Chapter 931. There had never been a time when he yearned for Tang Tian's victory so much. There had never been a time when he yearned to participate in a battle so much. The citizens of the Saint Continent were citizens of Temple, and their life and death had nothing to do with him, but he was still enraged. Xie Yuan believed that if he could see it clearly, Master Bing would definitely see it clearly. But Master Bing still insisted on doing it, and it was obvious that there was a reason why he had to do it. And in the Southern Alliance, there was only one person who could make Master Bing make such a decision, and that was the leader of the Southern Alliance, Tang Tian. Truly too tragic. Master Tang Tian had disappeared for a period of time, and Master Bing was the one handling the daily work. Master Bing's arrangements were very orderly, and the results were obvious, causing the Southern Alliance's strength to take a qualitative leap. Compared to them, Master Tang Tian did not seem to have any presence. But the true core members of the Southern Alliance were clear that Master Tang Tian's role in the Southern Alliance was irreplaceable. No matter how well Master Bing did, he was still unable to replace Master Tang Tian. Alright, maybe I am thinking too much. Du Ku was not too satisfied. Compared to the golden holy flames, the ethereal flames that he was imitating were much cruder. Alright, I can only make do with it for now. After the battle ends, I can slowly research on it. The time for an all-out attack is ripe. He had seen all sorts of cruel things in the Sin domain, but none of them were as terrifying as the scene in front of him right now. He was unable to imagine, how crazy must one be to do such a deranged thing. Furthermore, Xie Yuan had a guess in his heart that he did not tell anyone. He suspected that Master Bing had infiltrated the Honorable Martial Continent. He had deduced this from all sorts of clues, for example Master Bing's deployment in the battlefield, which seemed to be intentionally attracting the attention of the Honorable Martial Continent. He had a feeling that if Master Tang Tian was in the Honorable Martial Continent, he would definitely flip the entire Honorable Martial Continent upside down. He then realized that he had underestimated Temple in the past. The depth of Temple's foundation was truly revered. Their eyes flashed with a look of excitement, but their faces maintained their calmness. In the field of laws, he was a true grandmaster, and there were very few people that could earn his respect. Against such a crazy enemy, the slightest bit of carelessness or underestimation could very well lead to one's death. Thinking of this, Xie Yuan suddenly felt a little puzzled. Usually, he didn't feel that Sir Tang Tian had any sense of existence. Why did he feel that Sir Tang Tian was a good leader? Xie Yuan thought about it, The last time he felt that Master Bing's emotions were not right, and today he had completely confirmed the guess in his heart. To him, the opportunity to attack was not ripe enough. Mo Xian, Chiu Su Hua and Go Cheng Wendao were suspicious of each other, but they maintained their restraint. Dooku only felt a bone-piercing chill. From the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, all the hairs on his body stood up. He could not help but shiver. After returning to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, he had always felt that the citizens of the Sacred Saint Galaxy were living a comfortable and happy life, and felt that the citizens of the Sin domain were living in a harsh and cruel environment. However, the scene in front of him shattered this impression. He raised his head and looked at the thick fiery pillar and the flowing holy flames in the sky, as well as the blossoming holy flames floating in the air. His gaze landed on the blossoming holy flames. Every single holy flame was not big, most of them were the size of a finger, and the largest was not bigger than a fist. But there were too many of them, like the sand in the Ganges River. They were uncountable. The holy flames were a form that existed between laws and energy, but in the end, they did not break away from the boundaries of laws and energy. As they flew, the carefree look on Dooku's face disappeared, and what replaced it was seriousness. Initially, he thought that Temple had used holy flames to seal the estuary, but very quickly, he realized that the number of holy flames was much more than he had imagined. When he rushed out of the holy flames near the estuary and saw the gigantic fiery pillars that held up the sky, his face completely changed. After the shock and fear, his expression became even more serious. He did not say anything, but instead, he supported Master Bing's decision. Although it was not the best time to attack, but Master Tang Tian's importance far outweighed the possible losses. Dooku was overwhelmed with shock. Could they be massacring the city? The creator of the holy flames walked a different path. The changes in laws and energy were astonishing in his hands. He was like a sorcerer of the law domain. He pulled the laws and energy into the shadows, turning the real into the void. These 4 words had reached the pinnacle in his hands. The virtual laws, the void energy, the unique yet ingenious balance, it was like a work of art, releasing an indescribable beauty. Dooku took a deep breath. His heart seemed to have a raging fire burning. Master Tang Tian's importance to the Southern Alliance was without a doubt, and sacrificing a few armies for him was an acceptable loss. But if anything were to happen to the Master, no matter how good their advantage was, it would be useless in the grand scheme of things. Different from the past, Bing did not have a cigarette in his hand. He stood in front of the map with a solemn expression. His gaze swept across the generals in front of him. Most of them had immature and young faces. But it was these youths. They were already veterans in the battlefield with rich battle experience. Their reputations had spread far and wide. In the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy, no one dared to look down on them. Although Master Tang Tian was not around, but his influence on the Southern Alliance had never stopped. Privately, everyone knew that Master Bing was able to use some mysterious method to communicate with Master Tang Tian. But he was ultimately a person who had gained enlightenment on the law domain, and after understanding the theory behind it, he could immediately counter it. With the law domain, he was undefeatable. In the domain, he was God. A layer of bright red flames surged around his body, but as time passed, the bright red flames gradually dimmed, from bright red to faint red, until it was almost colorless. When the flames became colorless, only a thin layer of flames remained, as though they could extinguish at any time, and did not have any temperature. This was the flame that Dooku had imitated based on the holy flame's thoughts, although the balance was not as exquisite as the holy flame, but in terms of nature, there was no difference. Dooku exclaimed in surprise. Compared to Tang Tian's unreasonable strength, the holy flame's exquisite and beautiful balance was something that he admired and loved more. The beauty of the holy flame was the product of thousands of refinements, and one could imagine how much effort its creator had put into it. Tang Tian's strength did not lie in his profound understanding of laws, but his ability to use a destructive stance to look down on all laws. Tang Tian did not care about the usage of any law. He used an unreasonable method to grab all the laws in his hands and use them for himself. In the law domain, Tang Tian was like a tyrant. His awakened god armor was the cage of laws. After researching on the holy flame for a long time, Dooku roughly understood what was going on, and his heart was filled with admiration. That's right, anger, an unparalleled anger that surged from the deepest part of his heart. Xie Yuan threw all of the distracting thoughts out of his mind. He once again focused on the battle, and his mind started to work at high speeds. Even when he was at the rear, he had been paying close attention to the movements of the front lines. Although it was not the best time to attack, but it was not as bad as he thought. And from another point of view, the enemy's situation was even worse than them. If they were able to become the straw that broke the camel's back, then on the battlefield, they would most likely cause the honorable Martial continent to completely collapse. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed past his mind. Don't tell me. All he saw was gold. The holy flames were blocked by the transparent flames around his body. His thoughts were extremely accurate. He did not feel any pressure from the holy flames. Although the void fire around his body did not merge with the holy flames, but the similar aura prevented the holy flames from attacking Dooku. The holy flames viewed the void fire around Dooku as the same species. His calm eyes flashed with a rare look of excitement. The blood in his body was ignited just like that. Dooku looked at the holy flames in a daze. The holy flames are so small, it means that the cultivator's realm is very low, and there are so many of them. They also possess an illusory law core and hollowified energy. Xie Yuan could roughly guess that Master Tang Tian was most likely in a dangerous situation, and Master Bing wanted to use an all-out attack to attract the attention of the honorable Martial continent and relieve the pressure on Master Tang Tian. Temple was currently in an intense upheaval, and the conflict still needed time to ferment. If they were to take action now, it would be easier to force the enemies that already had cracks to unite again. In terms of techniques and realms, Tang Tian could lose, but in a real battle, Dooku would definitely bet on Tang Tian to win without hesitation, even if it was himself. Dooku, who was enveloped in the transparent flames, rushed into the sea of golden holy flames. Dooku flew forward leisurely. The holy flames around him surged endlessly. Dooku's method was not ingenious. It was simple and direct, but he saw through the crux of the matter. The creator of the holy flames obviously did not forget about the existence of the Sin domain. The holy flames targeted both energy and laws, but the creator would never have thought that there would be someone in the world who could decipher the secrets of the holy flames so quickly and even find its loophole. Even in his dreams, he had never thought that the Saint Continent would have such a grand scene. Temple is truly too extravagant. What exactly happened in the Saint Continent? The previous one was Tang Tian, Southern Alliance High Command Department. Master Bing was an outstanding commander, but not an outstanding leader. The golden holy flames that filled the sky emitted a holy aura, but it made Dooku feel extreme hatred. Dooku increased his speed. He looked around for Tang Tian's figure. He believed that Tang Tian would not be defeated so easily, although the holy flames were outstanding, but Tang Tian felt that he was not a weakling, and Dooku had never seen anyone stronger than Tang Tian. Furthermore, Tang Tian was a genius born to fight. He had the fighting instincts of a wild beast, and a calm and sharp mind during battle. He was the strongest fighting machine. As he continued to fly forward, he felt that something was amiss. No one from Temple came to interrogate him, and the cities had turned into ghost cities without a single soul. Everywhere, there were signs of broken walls and high-temperature melting. A large number of holy flames floated in the sky. The blossoming golden holy flames were like golden dandelions that stretched endlessly. Chapter 932. There's a situation here. Hua Li Ruo shouted excitedly and waved his hands at everyone. All the holy flames nearby were swept up by the sword tempest cyclone, and they did not have to worry about holy flames appearing out of nowhere. Without needing to use energy, Ji Zhe and the rest quickly recovered their strength, and their fighting capabilities were completely restored. Upon seeing Hua Li Ruo and the rest, they immediately spread out and maintained their vigilance. Was it caused by mace field tradings? Hua Lu Shang felt that he was a joke. He was still feeling melancholy at such a time. He bowed to Chia. This subordinate will bring my people over. Wait a minute. Ever since he was young, this point had been deeply imprinted in his mind, but the patriarch's actions had completely toppled his impression of him. But when they arrived at temple, it was empty. All they saw was the holy flames flying towards the fiery pillar near temple. Countless of holy flames entered the fiery pillar. The size of the fiery pillar did not change, but Huolu Shang could sense a terrifying aura brewing inside the fiery pillar. He had a premonition that the 14 monsters were far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. The fiery pillar that they saw previously, in the face of the gigantic cyclone, was as quiet as a gentleman. Even the speed at which it devoured everything was on a completely different level. Temple's fiery pillar was like a well-educated gentleman, slowly eating the food on the table. But the cyclone in front of them was like a wild beast that had been released from a cage. It devoured everything. Its stomach was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. After Huolu Shang made the decision, he immediately felt relaxed. He looked at the cyclone. He knew that the only thing that could deal with this monster was another monster. He also knew that Temple would not accept their surrender, and they would definitely not surrender to Temple. After massacring the entire Saint Continent, why would they care about killing a few more captives? If I keep them, what if this matter is leaked? Huolu Shang was shocked. He initially thought that Senior Xian was the leader, but never expected that Senior Xian was actually the beautiful lady's subordinate. What surprised him even more was that the leader of this group of people was actually this woman's husband. I will go too. Snow City? Huolu Shang was startled, but then he quivered and became extremely excited. He did not say anything and just quietly walked forward. But no one came to ask them to surrender, as though Temple's people were all asleep. Sandra raised his head blankly. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his wrinkled face instantly turned pale. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could the Great Elder and the others be inside these fire pillars? At this stage, the prestigious families no longer had any meaning. Even if they defeated Temple, they did not have the ability to rule over the honorable martial continent. Oh my God! Huali Ruo stared blankly at the terrifying monster in front of him. A few days ago, they were still watching how no one from Temple responded, and how Seuss came to Snow City alone, and the beautiful feeling of victory was still fresh in their minds. However, all of a sudden, they fell from heaven to hell. It was so fast that they couldn't even react. All of their advantages were swept away, and they were sealed in the Saint Continent. The Great Elder's madness made them feel true fear. Go! Qian nodded in agreement. Huolu Shang had no other choice, and without hesitation, he kowtowed again. We are willing. I actually forgot about Macefield Tradings, Huolu Shang kept on reflecting. Regardless of what relationship they had in the past, everyone who was still alive in the Saint Continent were allies. Previously, Chia had addressed Tang Tian as her husband with a stern tone, but when she heard Huolu Shang using the same term, her heart surged with embarrassment, and the back of her neck started to turn red. But her face did not reveal any signs of it, and spoke with a straight face. He is inside the storm. I will not hide it from you. My husband is not from the honorable martial continent. Alright, that's all I have to say. You have to consider the pros and cons. You only have one chance, and I will not wait for it. A roar came out from the side. A military general whose eyes were about to pop out of their sockets howled as he attacked the nearest fiery pillar, but all of his attacks were like clay oxen entering the ocean, and did not even cause a ripple. Before anyone could react, the holy flames surged forth from all directions, surrounding the military general so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Huolu Shang probed, I wonder if little brother-in-law's husband is here? Which family does he belong to? Even massacring the citizens of an entire continent, something that Temple has committed, they will definitely not let them live. Everything that happened in the Saint Continent will forever be a secret that no one will ever know. They will become the executioners, and the crime of massacring the Saint Continent will bring shame to their descendants. Alright, there is no need to worry about their descendants being shamed. Temple will not let them live. He stopped in his position and looked around. They did not speak. The two of them could not help but look at each other again. The lady boss is not an ordinary person either. Along with the anger was fear, a deep fear. Hua Lu Shang regained his senses. He immediately noticed a few figures rushing out of the city, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was truly Macefield Tradings. He did not see Senior Xian, but he saw Melissa and the Iron Mask Army. He also noticed that although Melissa and the rest were rushing out of Snow City, but it was not chaotic, and they would frequently turn to look at the storm in the sky. In just a few days, Sadra seemed to have aged more than 10 years. His originally white hair had turned completely white, and the wrinkles on his face had increased. His face no longer had the usual calmness, only a deep sense of lethargy. Even his back looked crooked and old. Hua Lu Shang felt complicated. If Temple wins, all of us will die, even our families will not be able to escape, and at that time, the Honorable Martial Continent will be unrecognizable. If we win, the Honorable Martial Continent will no longer exist, Temple will be completely erased. Who can take over the Honorable Martial Continent? What happened to Temple? Everyone's faces were filled with bewilderment. Leave this place. Temple. That's the direction of Temple. Mo Egu exclaimed. With Hua Li Rua's reminder, he immediately noticed the place that he had overlooked. He slapped his forehead in frustration. How can I not notice such an obvious thing? I have truly lost my mind. Let's go back first. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to remain calm. Just as they were about to return to the camp, Hua Li Rua suddenly saw something from the corner of his eyes. He was startled, and subconsciously raised his head. What he saw, other than holy flames and holy flames, there was nothing else. In front of them was a desolate plain. It was flat and unobstructed. When Hua Li Rua followed the patriarch back to receive his family, he was still in a daze. He never thought that the patriarch would be so decisive. Without any hesitation, he threw away all his pride and honor, and became someone else's subordinate. That's right. Can the situation be any worse than it is now? His gaze swept across the people around him. All of their faces were filled with despair and fear. Even the fearless Hua Li Rua's face was as white as paper, and his fingers were trembling. Hua Li Rua knew that the patriarch was referring to Master Sadra and the rest. Thinking about that, Hua Lu Shang felt his entire body brimming with strength. That's right, Macefield Tradings has the unfathomable Senior Xian and the powerful Iron Mask Army. Who knows, they might have a way? Suddenly, someone shouted out, "Look! In the sky!" But their lives could be ended, but the pain of their souls being burned was unavoidable. What is it? The citizens of the Saint Continent are food for Temple, food prepared for the 14 monsters. This caused everyone to panic. The torment of waiting for death was enough to cause them to collapse. The devouring of their souls made dying a peaceful death and extravagant hope. The rest were roused and immediately followed that direction. Hua Lu Shang followed Hua Li Rua's finger. His eyes immediately lit up. That's right, a portion of the holy flames did not float towards Temple, but towards another direction. Is it finally here? The past few days had been like a nightmare. Seeing the souls struggling frantically in the holy flames, everyone could feel the pain and agony contained within the silent and frenzied movements. The morale in the camp was extremely low. They did not doubt that as long as Temple sent someone out to ask them to surrender, more than half of them would immediately change sides. He was truly agitated. At such a time, any change was a good thing for them. The situation was already at its worst, and even if there was a bad change, the result would not be too bad. But what if it is a good change? The powerful Honorable Martial Continent has fallen to such a state in the blink of an eye. I am also one of the sinners. Hua Lu Shang was in a daze. His entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. Such a terrifying enemy. How can we win? He counted. There were a total of 14 fiery pillars that were continuously devouring the holy flames. It was a spectacular and shocking scene. Hua Lu Shang raised his head in a stupefied manner. He looked at the endless holy flames surging towards them. The fear in his heart had reached an unprecedented level. The first thought in his mind was to escape. He forcefully suppressed the impulse in his heart. The entire Saint Continent is sealed. Where can I escape to? He stared at the 14 fiery pillars that were like 14 bottomless mouths that were devouring everything. Hua Lu Shang knew that it was useless to say anything. Even he himself felt the same way. That's right, isn't this the direction of Snow City? I am Hua Lu Shang, representing the Hua family. I request for seniors' protection. Hua Lu Shang knelt on the ground and said word by word. He became extremely serious. The entire Hua family will believe in senior. Anyways, let's go take a look. That's right, it's better than this. Hua Li Rua's heart moved. He raised his head and carefully observed the holy flames in front of him. Hua Lu Shang could only rely on mace field tradings. He knew that he did not have any leeway to bargain, because he did not have any bargaining chips. He had no other choice. If the great clan elder truly won, it would be a disaster for the honorable martial continent. To their families, it would be a calamity. He noticed that Hua Li Rua's expression was strange, and with a thought, he knew that Hua Li Rua had discovered something, and asked without hesitation, "What's the situation?" Everyone was startled and kept quiet. But his voice was trembling, revealing the excitement in his heart, causing the others to react and immediately ran over. Hua Li Rua was at a loss, but after a moment he reacted and laughed bitterly. "Even at this time, are you still not giving up? Are you still hoping for luck? Do you think that there will be any changes?" He was, after all, a hero of a region. He knew that despair and fear would only hasten their deaths at this time. How can a great clan elder that can slaughter the entire Saint Continent not know how to eliminate the roots? Compared to what was happening in the Saint Continent, it was not even worth mentioning. When they rushed out of Snow City, an incomparably shocking scene appeared in front of them. All of them stopped in their tracks and stared blankly at the gigantic figure in Snow City. Their mouths were wide open, and they had already forgotten to speak. Hua Lu Shang stabilized his emotions and signaled for the rest to stay, while he brought Hua Li Rua forward. Let's go take a look," he said without hesitation, and with that, he took the lead and headed towards the direction of the holy flames. Walking closer, Hua Lu Shang bowed respectfully and asked, "May I ask, is Senior Exon inside the storm?" The entire Snow City was enveloped in the shadow of the gigantic figure, and what made people even more fearful was that the storm was still expanding at an astonishing speed. A bone-chilling cold intent spread throughout his body. No one would support the great clan elder, the deranged man. As though he knew what Hua Li Rua was thinking, Hua Lu Shang looked ahead, and without turning his head, "Are you surprised? That way we can survive and the Hua family can survive. They will also make the right choice." In the direction of Temple, everyone's hearts trembled. They all stood up and looked into the distance. It was beyond the limits of Hua Lu Shang's understanding, but he knew that grooming them would only result in monsters, true monsters. He looked around with a strange expression. He seemed to have discovered something, but this time, he was sure that he was not seeing things. Hua Lu Shang and the rest were already far away from him, but he did not care about them and looked around. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them and started to retreat. Ji Zhe saw Hua Li Rua's eyes lighting up and immediately tensed up, preparing to make a move. The excitement in everyone's heart gradually cooled down, and fear started to surface. Everyone's hearts sank and the morale that had just been raised dropped. This direction. Hua Li Rua was unsure. It seems to be Snow City. Temple was not far from where they were, but it was definitely not near either, as there were a few cities in between. Regardless of where the other party came from, whether they were from the honorable martial continent or not, so what? Temple was already the target of everyone. If Temple won, no one would be able to live. Temple would definitely not allow the matters that happened in the Saint Continent to be exposed. If not, even if the great clan elder won, he would not be able to obtain the support of the citizens. People like Fu Zhengji who were proficient in bootlicking had already started to reflect on themselves, if they had neglected the lady boss previously. Hua Lu Shang remained calm. Even if there were 14 more monsters inside the fiery pillars, the situation would not be too bad. Previously, the fiery pillars had released a terrifying aura, allowing him to know how terrifying the monsters inside were. Maybe it was even more terrifying than he thought, because he did not know what would happen with so many holy flames, with so many people's power concentrated on the 14 targets. Everyone retreated to a distance of 10 kilometers before stopping. Even though they were so far away, The fiery pillars were still so majestic, and they were still so small. From there, they could clearly see the entire picture. The vast sea of holy flames surged towards the 14 gigantic fiery pillars like moths to a flame. The scene caused their scalps to go numb. As they walked, they quickly realized that there were more and more holy flames floating towards them. Everyone became more and more shocked. The amount of holy flames moving in the air was not inferior to what they had seen in temple. In his vision, the dense golden holy flames floating in the air seemed to be attracted by something, and were all moving towards one direction. In the past few days, it was the first time the holy flames had such a strange phenomenon. Huolu Shang and Fu Jing raised their arms, indicating that they had no ill intentions. Every day, there would be people being devoured by the holy flames, and they had to watch their comrades die in front of them without being able to do anything. It was a form of torture to anyone. Now, whoever was touched by the holy flames would have their comrades help them end their lives. Looking at the golden torrent, even at such a distance, Huolu Shang could hear their surging whistles. If it happened once, it was possible that he was seeing things, but for it to happen twice, it was definitely not a mistake. Very quickly, the Macefield Trading's people in front also noticed their presence and became cautious. A gigantic storm enveloped the sky above Snow City. The storm looked like a monster's mouth. Surging holy flames surged in from all directions, transforming into a golden torrent that flowed into the storm. To raise the entire Saint Continent, and to gather all the power of the Saint Continent on 14 targets, what kind of monster would they produce? He did not know what to say, and could only remain silent. Huolu Shang recalled that Macefield Tradings was still in Snow City, and at that time, they were anxious to meet up with the main army, and left Snow City, but Macefield Tradings did not leave with them. The rest followed quietly. No one had the mood to speak. Everyone knew that when the monsters inside the fiery pillars came out, it would be the end. Ji Zhe and Fu Zhengji looked at each other. They understood each other's intentions. As long as the other party made any strange movements, they would attack without hesitation. Although Huolu Shang and the rest looked to be in a terrible state, and would not attack them, but what if? Master was still inside the storm, and if he was affected, young Miss Chia needed their protection, and they felt the pressure on their shoulders. Huolu Shang's face changed. The monsters inside the fiery pillars could control the holy flames around them. We have lost. Sadra's aged voice came out. He had regained his calm, and seeing everyone's gaze on him, he laughed bitterly. Can our situation be any worse than it is now? His words resonated with everyone's hearts, and a few of them immediately agreed. Beside him, Huolu Shang and the rest all had bitter looks on their faces. In the past few days, they had truly experienced what it meant to pass a day like a year. Many of their faces were still filled with confusion. They did not understand why they had fallen to such a state. Tang Tian was not around, and the only one who had the qualifications to take charge of the situation was Chia Shanghai. She stepped out and said slowly, "That's right. The Hua family is a rich and powerful family. I will go take a look." Huolu Shang said, "Whether they are dead or alive, it is better to give them a quick death." Snow City. When Huolu Shang heard that, he stopped in his tracks. He turned and looked at Huali Ruo, who was already a distance away from them. He finally understood why the great clan elder would not let the citizens go. The holy flames floating in the sky were not for them, nor were they for sealing the Saint Continent, but for the 14 fiery pillars, or more accurately, for the 14 monsters. Could it be that Temple is nurturing more than 14 monsters? When that thought popped out, it immediately took root in everyone's mind. That's right, Temple is so big and has such a deep foundation. 14 monsters is too little. With Temple's habits, they would not find it strange if every city had 14. The holy flames floating in the sky were all moving towards Temple's direction. Although they were not moving very fast, they were indeed moving, and they were heading towards the sanctum. What I can see, other than holy flames, there are more holy flames. Could it be holy flames? Suddenly, Huolu Shang's eyes turned red. An unprecedented rage surged in his chest. How many lives are there? So many innocent people. They are just ordinary citizens. Huolu Shang was overwhelmed with shock. What exactly is inside the fiery pillars? His eyes lit up. He finally found the place that attracted his attention. That's right, holy flames. In his vision, there was actually a portion of holy flames floating towards another direction. Snow City, Macefield Tradings. There's a situation. He could not help but shout out. The Saint Continent was unable to fly, so they could only run with all their might. He would never forget this city in his life. It was in that city that they fell from heaven to hell. But it was also this city that, when they were on the verge of collapsing from despair, suddenly gave them a glimmer of hope. Then, they are humans, how can we turn them into food? Wali Ruwa did not laugh at the patriarch. He was equally excited. He pointed to the holy flames in the sky. Holy flames. A portion of the holy flames are floating towards that direction. Everything that they had witnessed had completely shattered the last bit of hope in their hearts. They followed behind Hualu Shang and ran towards temple. They carefully avoided the holy flames along the way, and did not stop for even half a second. Ji Zhe and Fu Zhengji were shocked. From the start, Miss Chia had never displayed anything special. They only knew that the master and Miss Chia were childhood sweethearts and had deep feelings for each other. Until today, when Miss Chia's words were powerful and resonant, displaying the demeanor of a great master. The camp was extremely lifeless. Everyone looked as though they had lost their souls. Their eyes were devoid of life. Chia Shangguan interrupted him and spoke with a stern voice. Xian is my subordinate. Other than my husband, no one else can be the ruler. They are all my husband's subordinates. You should consider this carefully. Hualu Shang was the first to react. He sprinted towards Huali Ru'a and asked excitedly, "What's going on?" He shook his head and continued to move forward, but after a while, he suddenly stopped. The gold holy flames had instantly ignited his body, and before he could even scream, he was incinerated into ashes. Hualu Shang was unable to describe his emotions. He was like a traveler who was about to die of thirst in the desert, and suddenly found an oasis in front of him. Hualu Shang, who had always thought that he was able to keep his composure, could not help but tear up. There is no place to hide. Chapter 933. Duke's expression was calm. The space around him turned sluggish, and no matter how ferocious the holy flames were, they were unable to get within 30 m of him. It wasn't that Sandra and the others didn't know this, but compared to the destruction of their families, losing their pride was nothing. At the very least, the clan could continue to exist. But what was truly hurt was their morale and confidence. The 14 fiery pillars of the temple started to crystallize at the bottom, and the golden fiery pillars started to condense into golden crystals. The 14 terrifying auras were completely different from the ones they had sensed a few days ago. Each aura had become even more berserk. The monster in the fire pillar had a slow and powerful heartbeat, like a heavy drum. Every beat caused the air to tremble. Even though they were far away, they still felt restless. Sandra had no choice. As expected by Hualu Shang, Sadra and the rest made the same decision. Especially when Sandra and the others saw the monstrous storm, they did not have any other thoughts. But this time, all of their beliefs were completely shattered. In front of the crazed Great Elder, they didn't have any power to retaliate. They were as weak as children. The casualties of the various families continued to increase, but they discovered that they were powerless to change anything. They had nowhere to run. The fear of waiting for death nibbled away at their courage. Their spirit, chi, and spirit disappeared little by little along with the loss of hope. Wait a minute. How terrifying! Every single one of them had the same feeling. As long as they got close to temple, they would feel their hearts palpitate. Furthermore, the holy flame attack was so violent, yet it did not cause any damage to him. Sandra and the rest felt that their worldview had been turned upside down. The people who had popped up one after another were so powerful that they seemed inhuman. And once these spirit generals completed their transformation, their bodies would undergo a qualitative change, and at that time, they would no longer be able to enter the fiery pillar, and would instead be unable to borrow the power of the fiery pillar. These spirit generals were about to complete their transformation. The gigantic wave of holy flames swallowed Dooku's figure. Dooku's clear voice resonated out from the holy flames. and even the explosions that filled the sky could not cover his voice. The great clan elder's voice came out from the pillar of fire, and the surging holy flames in the sky suddenly became agitated. Duke felt as though he was standing on top of a raging storm. The wind and rain swayed him, the surrounding holy flames pounced at him frantically, as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and Sandra and the rest personally went to the holy cathedral. Duke's spirit was shaken. Although the opponent was strong, Tang Tian was definitely not someone who would sit and wait for death. Seeing so many holy flames surging towards Tang Tian, Duke's heart was moved. Could it be that Tang Tian is making use of these holy flames as well? Their situation made it impossible for them to have any other thoughts. The alliance of the big clans only existed in name and was in shambles. Every clan had suffered heavy casualties, at least 30% of them. Even with such a large number of casualties, the fact that the families had not collapsed was because they were well trained. Of course, the most important thing was that there was no way out. In such a despairing place, leaving the family would only lead to faster death. Temple treats its people like pigs and dogs, rearing and slaughtering them to nourish themselves. Your sins are too great, even death cannot atone for your sins. Duke never thought that in this world, there would actually be such a simple and crude method of building up a strong martial artist. The only thing that gave them a clue was the words, Sin Domain Remnants. But, does the Sin Domain have such a powerful person? This was really too powerful, and he looked very young. The great clan elder sensed Duke's threat, and was surprised. His eyes flashed. So it's the Sin Domain Remnants. The holy flames that filled the sky transformed into a 300 m tall wave that struck towards Dooku with an earth-shattering force, causing the entire sky to tremble. In the past, the reason why Sadra and the rest were unhappy with their current situation and dared to fight with Temple for power was because of their confidence, the ambition of a prestigious family. They believed that they were the true masters of the honorable martial continent, and believed that they had the qualifications to rule over the honorable martial continent alongside Temple. Countless of gold threads that looked like blood vessels in a human body converged onto a spirit general's body from all parts of the fiery pillar. Dooku then realized, spirit generals, so the strange flames were prepared for these spirit generals. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, and his heart was filled with curiosity. Tang Tian had always been a person who did not play by the rules, and he was not surprised at all by what he came up with. Alright, if he doesn't come up with something strange, then Dooku will find it strange. It was just that the environment was disadvantageous to him, but he was not alone. He quickly calmed down, although the opponent was powerful, but he had absolute confidence in himself. That's right, even with his law domain, the opponent could still threaten him, but at the same time, no matter how vast the opponent's power was, his law domain could still threaten the opponent. Sadra and the rest were completely dumbstruck. They did not recognize Dooku, but they saw that he was actually able to ignore the restrictions and fly in the sky, and was even able to fight with the great clan elder without being at a disadvantage. Time continued to pass, and the atmosphere in Snow City became more and more oppressive. The soldiers who were in charge of observing Temple's 14 fiery pillars came back to report that there were some changes to them. With that, he ignored Dooku, but the speed at which he absorbed the holy flames increased greatly. He immediately increased his speed, stepping on the holy flames as though he was gliding on water. His speed was extremely fast. The terrifying holy flames did not harm him at all. Everyone prayed to the gigantic storm, hoping that their monster would be able to win. Dooku's face remained gloomy. He could sense the power of the spirit generals, which was a power that he had never seen before. There were no profound and unfathomable realms, only the accumulation of power. To him, there was no technique involved in the accumulation of power, but the immense amount of power was forcefully causing the spirit generals to transform time and time again. They finally knew that they were just mortals, and the war was between monsters. At that moment, they no longer had the time to lament their stupidity. Their strength meant that they could only be side characters in the war, and all of their ambitions were built upon their strength. When Sadra and the rest saw the numb faces of their people reigniting with hope, the pain in their hearts lessened. All of the holy flames around Snow City were sucked dry by the Sword Tempest cyclone, and the soldiers who were tortured to the point of breaking down fell asleep. It was the ultimate accumulation of power, tyrannical beyond compare. They had chosen to rely on Tang Tian, which meant that they had completely given up on the pride of being the highest family in the food chain, and from then on, they were thrown into the mortal world. They did not know that in the sky behind them, Dooku was currently observing the fiery pillars with a stern expression. As he had imitated the holy flames, he had deceived the restrictions in the sky, and was able to fly. Finally, I can sleep peacefully. They suddenly reacted. Wasn't the Sin Domain martial artist flying towards Snow City? Dooku squinted his eyes without making a sound, but his heart was in a perilous state. He finally understood why Temple needed so many holy flames. He could even sense that the 14 fiery pillars had established some sort of connection with the other fiery pillars through the fiery screen in the sky, allowing them to continuously absorb the holy flames floating around the Saint Continent. Sadra and the rest had a premonition that the monsters inside the fiery pillars had already completed their transformation and could come out at any time. Such a heavy casualty was a huge blow to any family. Everyone looked at each other, then immediately turned and ran back towards Snow City. It's Tang Tian. Dooku looked at the fiery pillars deeply, then turned and headed towards another direction. He could sense a portion of the holy flames surging towards another direction. Furthermore, he could sense a familiar aura from that direction. Just the pure power was enough to threaten his laws. This caused them to feel panic. The Sword Tempest cyclone was still expanding without any signs of stopping. If the great clan elder and the rest were to come out first, they would be in a dangerous situation, and from the looks of it, the situation was developing in a direction that they did not want to see. Dooku could sense the terrifying aura contained within the fiery pillars. The holy flames were unable to block his gaze. His gaze was like a sword that pierced through the fiery pillars, and he could see everything inside clearly. This ambition did not come out of nowhere, nor was it obtained from the accumulation of wealth, but it was the foundation that their ancestors used their blood and hands to create. It was the continuous accumulation of victories over the generations, the accumulation of countless of glory, and the accumulation of time and months to form their conviction as a prestigious family. That's right. The spirit generals inside every fiery pillar emitted an aura that resembled gigantic beasts that crawled out from the prehistoric era. Even from afar, he could sense the ferocious and terrifying auras coming from the spirit generals. They did not know how to restrain their auras, and every single spirit general's body seemed to be formed from a compressed ocean of holy flames. The undulations produced by the massive amount of energy that was compressed to the extreme could not be concealed at all. He could clearly see that the space around the spirit generals inside the fiery pillars was distorted, and the laws were extremely chaotic. Dooku was shocked. The opponent has discovered me. Just at that moment, the spirit general inside the most central fiery pillar suddenly opened his eyes. The cold gaze that seemed to have substance shot towards Dooku. The great clan elder's face darkened. He knew that he could not do anything to Dooku, and sneered. You're just trying to talk big. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. Let's see if you can still smile when the time comes. Every single spirit general inside could threaten him. He had gained enlightenment on laws to the extreme, and possessed an unparalleled power in his own domain, but the spirit general's body contained a power that was even more vast than what he could use. Anything that reached the extreme could change many things. So powerful! Dooku's figure appeared once again. He was like a boulder in a mountain stream. The holy flames were like water that flowed past him. He was unharmed, his expression was normal, but his tone was sonorous and powerful. Dooku also knew that he was unable to move or stop the opponent. The entire fiery pillars of the Saint Continent and the fiery screen in the sky were one. If he attacked any one of the fiery pillars, it meant that he had to face all of them, and he had no chance of winning. Chapter 934. For a few days, Fu Zhengji glanced at Dooku. He was secretly worried for Master Dooku. Why is Master Dooku only concerned about spirit generals? Why can't he grasp the main point? he couldn't help but remind, they are all Miss Chia's subordinates, and Miss Chia is Sir's fiancée. I was wondering which girl was so beautiful and elegant. So it's the boss's wife. The boss was really lucky. Look, he had made a fortune. We are also blessed. With the lady boss's leadership, we will definitely take fewer detours. We will definitely be invincible and destroy all those who stand in our way. Xiao Du, the moment I saw Lady Boss, I felt that she was a kindred spirit. Now that they knew that their master had such a powerful expert under him, their morale was greatly boosted, and the hope in their hearts increased a little. The people below, who had already broken down, all knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They begged the Grand Elder in the sky, crying. In the eyes of Sadra and the rest, whoever became the master of the honorable martial continent was better than Temple. Besides, it was closely related to their life and death. Be it holy flames or spirit generals, they were all illusory objects. But when the two were combined and developed to the extreme, it would return to the void and enter the real. His body was not illusory, but real. This body was suffused with a faint golden color, which added a bit of majesty and holiness to him. Every movement he made, the surging power in his body was like a vast ocean. Facing the holy flame, the first thing they did was to suffer heavy casualties. Sin Domain's #1 stared blankly at the storm above Snow City, his mouth wide open, his expression sluggish. Spirit General? We have Spirit Generals too? They are all Spirit Generals? Du Ku immediately became excited. Could it be that Master has the same idea as Temple? Treacherous. It was too treacherous. What kind of nonsense was this? It was simply too endearing. Alas, I used to be such an upright young man, but I've been corrupted by the adults. Seeing the middle-aged man calling out Little Du, Ji Zhe and Fu Zhengji felt a chill down their spines, and goosebumps appeared on their skin. If the aristocratic alliance suffered heavy casualties, then the newly rising prestigious sects were in a state of distress. The armies in their hands were not as well trained as the prestigious family's alliance, and their cohesiveness was also lacking. The Great Elder was cautious by nature, and the sudden appearance of Du Ku made him feel uneasy. Although this trace of uneasiness was fleeting, he still decided to increase his bargaining chips. All right, after seeing this spectacular scene that could elevate his soul, he was not worried at all. That's right, if this fellow doesn't stir up some trouble, is he still Lord Tang Tian? Previously, Du Ku was a little afraid of the Great Elder and the others, but now he didn't feel that way at all. Anyone who saw a storm that almost covered half of the sky would have their nerves thickened. Fu Zhengji, who was mocking Du Ku for his lack of experience, was instantly dumbstruck. It was not only him, even Ji Zhe, who was initially filled with respect by the side, froze. At this moment, he felt that he was a god. You are guilty. Your piety has not withstood the test of the holy temple. The light is everywhere. How can you not know? This is a small punishment for you. But in the end, you are still citizens of Temple, and Temple has decided to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. The Great Elder berated, causing everyone's ears to ring, but at this time, no one cared about anything else. In the dazzling golden light, the First Elder's smile became even colder. Hey, you are Sin Domain's #1 man, Master is inside? He looked at Ji Zhe in a daze. He extended his finger out and pointed weakly at the storm. He intentionally raised his voice when he said, Miss Chia, you are still too young. You can tell with one look that you have no experience. Young man, do you know what wind is the strongest? Piloto. If you offend Master Tang Tian, Master will at most beat you up. But if you offend the lady boss, you will die without a trace, and you will not even know who did it. Inside the dazzling light aura, the great clan elder's dignified and solemn voice came out, resonating in the sky. Master's fiancé, any type of power, when trained to the extreme, would be extremely powerful. Furthermore, it was laws. Du Ku's eyes suddenly widened, as though he was rolling and crawling down from the sky. After a long while, he turned his neck, which sounded like a rusty joint, causing Ji Zhe and the rest to be worried that Du Ku's neck would break. On the contrary, Chia's face was flushed red from Du Ku's continuous call of Lady Boss. The great clan elder had reason to be surprised, a powerful martial artist who had stepped into the highest realm of laws and touched upon the domain of laws was something that only existed in legends. The gigantic wind gap above the storm was comparable to the largest volcano he had ever seen. The golden flood that filled the sky caused him to think of a word, whale devouring. Alright, that word is not quite right. It feels like a flood that has burst a dam. But so what if I can see it? Sin Domain did not have any spirit generals. The great clan elder appeared out of nowhere. He floated high up in the sky, his entire body releasing a golden light that no one could look at. The terrifying pressure enveloped the entire place, making him look like a god, causing people to involuntarily worship him. Everyone else was speechless, but after thinking about it, it was not up to them to think about such matters. Regardless of where the master came from, they had no other choice. The inhumane temple had already become the public enemy of the entire honorable martial continent, and if temple were to regain control, the scene would cause even the most courageous person to tremble in fear. They were extremely respectful towards Du Ku's God Armor Army. Fu Zhengji spoke honestly. Xian and Xiaoman are both spirit generals. They are Miss Chia's subordinates, and Miss Chia is Master's fiancée. 120 spirit generals. He suddenly felt that the ferocious aura from the 14 fiery pillars had been swept away. He finally understood why the size of the storm was so large, and why the speed at which it devoured the holy flames was so terrifying. The remaining people looked at the sky blankly, their faces were numb, and their expressions were ashen. Could it be that Boss and Lady Boss came from the Sin Domain? If not, why would the powerful martial artists of the Sin Domain work for them? There are over 100 spirit generals here. Du Ku raised his head and looked at the holy flames in the sky, his mouth twitching. Thinking about the temple's fiery pillars, he still felt that it was a shocking scene. The efficiency was a complete mess. Now, he only wanted to say, "Little Du, I am a country bumpkin who has never seen the world." 120? Spirit generals? Du Ku felt that his brain was not enough, and stuttered. As expected of the number one man of the Sin Domain, look at his eyesight, how powerful is that? Ji Zhe nodded his head. Yes, Master has already been in there for a few days, along with Xen, Xiaoman and the rest. He had initially planned to launch a surprise attack on Snow City, but now, before the other spirit generals had completed their transformation, he did not plan to take the risk. He could sense that something was being nurtured in Snow City, and a large amount of holy flames were surging towards Snow City. He did not expect the other party to be able to absorb the holy flames. Ordinary people would not be able to understand the secret of the holy flames, but the man just now should be able to understand it, and was even able to imitate it. When Sadra and the rest rushed over while gasping for breath, they saw the scene. Sadra, Hua Lushang and the rest looked at each other. They understood the meaning in each other's eyes. They had personally witnessed Du Ku's demeanor, and was not at a disadvantage when facing the great clan elder. But for such a powerful martial artist to be so respectful in front of young Miss Chia, it seemed to be a little flattering. The boss and the lady boss's background was unfathomable. When Fu Zhengji saw Du Ku, he was overjoyed. A man's name was like a tree's shadow, and as the number one man of the Sin Domain, Du Ku held an extremely high prestige in the hearts of the people of the Sin Domain. And seeing that Du Ku was alone and was able to fly in the sky, it was truly the number one man of the Sin Domain. But very quickly, his face darkened. He thought about the Sin Domain survivor that he had met previously, and the other party's strength had surprised him. If he had not completed his transformation, he would not have been able to fight against him. The great clan elder could tell that the other party trained in laws. But the depth of his realm was unfathomable. Like that, to have two more experts, not bad, not bad. If the old man in the temple's fiery pillar knows about this, will he cry? Thinking about that, the great clan elder could not help but reveal a smile. My plan is so closely linked, how can it be so easily broken? Inside the fiery pillar in the center of temple, the great clan elder slowly opened his eyes. At the moment, only 40% of the people were still alive. 30% of the prestigious alliances were dead, while the various families were still able to maintain their organization. All of the new prestigious families had lost 60% of their members, and all of the families were in chaos. Fu Zhengji spoke respectfully. Yes, they are all spirit generals, and their soldiers are all spirit generals as well, a total of 120 of them. Du Ke's face was filled with passion, as though he had seen a long-lost relative. The people below who had long collapsed were all crying tears of joy. This is your last chance. Only by stepping through this door of repentance can you obtain salvation. Du Ke was in a good mood. The 14 powerful auras had impacted him greatly. He lowered his head to look at his own palms, which were initially translucent, but had completely congealed. Other than the faint gold color, it was no different from a living person's palm. Even the warmth of flesh was the same. His body was the same, completely congealed as though it was alive. Although the other party had stepped into the law domain, but the current Saint Continent was still his home ground. The 500 over pillars of punishment were like 500 nails, firmly nailed into every corner of the Saint Continent, allowing him to firmly grasp the situation. Remember, every single person only has one chance. Who are Ixen and Xiaoran? Du Ke, who had relaxed, asked casually. These two names are somewhat unfamiliar. Are they new? Since I need to grasp more bargaining chips, I can only let them take advantage of me. The great clan elder looked at the holy flames in the sky and sneered. Xiao Du. The other party is an enemy and not a friend. There is no possibility of reconciliation between Sin Domain and Temple. When the great clan elder finished speaking, the survivors below immediately surged towards the doors of repentance. The great clan elder waved his hand, and the nearby pillars of punishment released a golden flame flow, which flew to the front of the great clan elder and transformed into a golden light door. Don't think too much, we shouldn't be thinking about such things. Mo Gu suddenly spoke up. Chapter 935. Whether it was the degree of completion or the timing, this series of arrangements were perfect. This regret disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was filled with ambition. When Sophie and the rest completed their metamorphosis, it would be the day he swept through the sacred Saint Galaxy. The great clan elder frowned. The spirit general's quality was average, but it was better than nothing. He waved his hand lightly, and the spirit general flew out of the halo and fell into the sea of golden holy flames. When the spirit general flew out of the halo, the originally calm sea of holy flames immediately became restless. Countless of holy flames swarmed over, and in the blink of the eye, the spirit general was enveloped by the holy flames. The golden holy flames turned red, transforming into a red fireball that floated above the sea of holy flames. For the great generals at the front lines to be suspicious of each other, such a thing actually happened to the honorable martial continent that was famed for being united. How could Qiu Su Huan not laugh bitterly? Sure enough, there were only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. No matter how daring a person was, they would never think that he could infiltrate the honorable martial continent. As he continued to comb through the information, he made many discoveries. His request to enter the Shang continent was rejected by Go Cheng Wendao, and he had no choice but to retreat to a small continent along the supply route. He didn't expect that after hurrying back to reinforce them and paying such a heavy price, this would be the result. He was a little disheartened. The first time the Gold Continent bandits appeared was in the Western region. The Honorable Marshal's roar was modified in the Western region's warship graveyard, and the battle where Lieutenant General Colin fell also happened in the Western region. What a coincidence! The continuous fall of 3 lieutenant generals shocked the entire Honorable Marshal continent, and also caused the hearts of the people to waver, causing the prestigious families to become restless. The era that belonged to the light, the era that belonged to Temple, the era that belonged to him, was about to arrive. The changes in the Saint Continent had not ended, but Qiu Su Hua had a premonition that the godlike young lad would be the final victor. Up till now, Temple still did not know what kind of ferocious monster they were facing. With so many holy flames, it would be a waste if he did not make use of them. For example, he suddenly realized that unknowingly since when the Honorable Martial Continent's reaction had become extremely passive and helpless. There seemed to be a pair of invisible hands behind the scenes, quietly pushing everything forward. What made him even more shocked was that the pair of Black Hands and the Southern Alliance had a tacit understanding. Behind the golden door of light was another space. The golden door of light floated in midair, and right below it was a faint circle of light. The circle of light was burning with transparent flames. Outside the halo was a surging holy flame that resembled a golden ocean. Grand Elder was unmoved. He stared at the circle of light indifferently. One of the survivors did not turn into ashes. His body was covered in transparent flames, and his expression was one of agony. His flesh was like oil, slowly melting and igniting until it disappeared. A moment later, only a faint shadow was left standing quietly within the circle of light. His expression was wooden, and there was a light pattern between his eyebrows. Now that the Qiu family had been abandoned by the aristocratic alliance, it meant that even if the aristocratic alliance was in power, the Qiu family would not have a good future. Moreover, the Qiu family had suffered heavy losses, and he was the only one left. This made him think of a phrase, "A single tree cannot hold up the fort." What could be more suitable than a former powerhouse that had suffered a heavy blow? The alliance of the powerhouses urgently needed to replenish their consumption after taking power. Qiu Suhua understood the aristocratic families very well. He understood their way of doing things, he understood their coldness and greed, and it would be the same for the Qiu family. He and the Qiu family were in grave danger. For the Qiu family to join the prestigious families first, it meant that the Qiu family was already blacklisted by Temple. With the power of the Holy Cathedral, if they managed to suppress the rebellion, Autumn would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being punished. The clue that Qiu Suhua had found was coincidentally the Qiu family. The destruction of the Qiu offense army had shocked Qiu Suhua for a long time, and because of that, Macefield Tradings had entered his sights. If they weren't directly related, such a small family wouldn't attract any attention at all. When Qiu Suhua was studying Macefield Tradings, he suddenly realized that the group of people from Macefield Tradings came from the West. He immediately thought of the series of unforeseen events that had happened in the West. The fall of 2 lieutenant generals was definitely not a small matter. For example, when their supply line was attacked, Go Qing Wendao's troops needed reinforcements, and he and Mo Xian were attacked at the same time. And at the same time, the usually stable honorable Marshall Continent was in a state of panic. The Gold Continent bandits, Xin Domain and Honorable Marshall's roar wreaked havoc, causing the local armies to be pushed back, causing the Honorable Marshall Continent, which had many soldiers and generals, to fall into an awkward situation. Qiu Suhua looked out the window, the rain continued to fall, and he was in a daze. Regardless of who the victor was, to the Qiu family, it was a terrible outcome. The only difference was that one was being settled, while the other was being swallowed. But when Qiu Suhua sorted out the entire situation, he realized in sorrow that the Honorable Marshall Continent had completely lost all hope of winning. He then realized that the leader of the Southern Alliance who did not have any sense of existence was actually extremely powerful. To rely on his own strength to change the entire situation, there is actually such a person in the world. Qiu Suhua laughed bitterly in his heart. Before the Southern expedition, they had always looked down on the Southern Alliance, but after the battle, the strength of the Southern Alliance's generals gradually gained their recognition. But the leader of the Southern Alliance did not seem to have any sense of existence. He felt that it was a pity for the aristocratic alliance. The disciples of the aristocratic families were more outstanding, and who knew, they might produce a few good spirit generals. But the aristocratic alliance were old and experienced, and were not easy to trick. It would not be easy to trick them through the cross door. Looking back, everything happened in an extremely short period of time. It was all coincidental and tacit. From the various signs, it was a trap that the Honorable Marshall Continent had nowhere to hide. But Qiu Suhua could not say anything. The Qiu family had bumped into them, and could not blame anyone else. It could only be said that the other party was too powerful, their plans were profound, and every step they took was extremely powerful. Not only that, the fall of the 2 lieutenant generals directly caused the western region to be emptied of military strength, which was the foreshadowing of the series of wars that happened after that. Luckily, his intention was to prepare a group of cannon fodder to support Sophie and the rest. If it was just that, it was still bearable for the honorable Martial continent. But coincidentally, at the same time, Go Cheng Wendao met with a setback in the Shang continent. His fleet was ambushed, his supply line was frantically attacked by the Southern Alliance, and Go Cheng Wendao had to seek reinforcements. What was even more coincidental was that he and Mo Xian were attacked at the same time, and were unable to immediately reinforce Go Cheng Wendao. Just when he was at a loss for the future, he received the message, or rather, the invitation, causing his heart to be in a complete mess. The coordination between the two hands made Qiu Su Hua suspect that the invisible black hands were the Southern Alliance. It was no secret that the Southern Alliance's leader had disappeared for a period of time, and they had discussed about it before, but everyone felt that the most probable reason was that the Southern Alliance's leader had gone to engage in secret diplomacy and seek reinforcements, such as heading to the Gold Continent. Tang Tian's identity was no longer a secret to Temple, and even his achievements in Heaven's Road were clear to Temple. But to Qiu Su Hua and the rest, the achievements in Heaven's Road were not convincing at all, as the intensity of the war in Heaven's Road was too low. But when the Saint Continent changed, he suddenly realized that the other party's true goal was not Go Cheng Wendao, but the Saint Continent. The other party's series of arrangements were not for the sake of tiring Temple, but for Temple's strength to be continuously deployed outwards, causing their internal defenses to weaken. One by one, the figures turned into ashes. Even Qiu Su Hua could guess that Temple's ringing of the holy bell was out of the expectations of the mastermind. The aristocratic alliance's uprising was something that the mastermind did not expect, but the other party knew how to take advantage of the situation. In truth, the other party had done better than what he had expected. The Qiu family had become the first sacrifice. However, the greatest worry in the depths of his heart was revealed by a mysterious message. Suddenly, the great clan elder's eyes lit up. He knew that he and the Qiu family no longer had the qualifications to wait for the mysteries of Saint Continent to be unraveled. This directly led to the ringing of the holy bell and the gathering of armies in the Saint Continent, which also allowed the aristocratic alliance to see Temple's weakness and directly caused them to exert pressure on Temple. All of a sudden, the good situation of the southern expedition disappeared. For an entire 3 days and 3 nights, he did not close his eyes, as he tried his best to sort out the news. The flames of war were rising in the country, the southern expedition was in an urgent situation, and the anxious Temple decided to ring the holy bell. This decision directly removed the shackles on the necks of the aristocratic families, and allowed the aristocratic families who had been dormant to see an opportunity. He had to bet himself and his family before that, and await the opening of the cup. The crack between the three of them was known to the entire world, and the rumors of the internal strife in the honorable Martial continent was the hottest topic. Go Cheng Wendao was a neutral party. He did not wish to offend Temple nor the aristocratic alliance. Thus, he held on to an unchanging attitude and waited for the internal strife in the honorable Martial continent to settle down. Mo Xian's Mo family was part of the aristocratic alliance, but the news of the aristocratic alliance abandoning the Qiu family was not a secret, and both parties were like fire and water. Truly far-sighted, Qiu Su Hua was in awe of the person who set it up. The survivors that stepped in did not even have the time to rejoice, as they were incinerated. The transparent flames were not ferocious, but as long as the survivors stepped into the light circle, none of them were spared. The ignorant survivors surged in like a tide, and like a drop of water on a burning hot iron, they transformed into a mist. In truth, when the news had just spread out, he felt that it was strange. Why did the great generals at the front lines not receive the news, but the Southern Alliance spread it out? Since when did the Southern Alliance's information network become even better than the great generals? Mo Xian's fleet that was riddled with scars was similarly rejected by Go Cheng Wendao, but Mo Xian and him were similarly unable to get together. The great clan elder shook his head in his heart. As expected, the quality of a spirit general is directly related to the strength of the living. The honorable martial banner of knights that transformed into spirit generals were obviously of a higher quality. Out of the many survivors, The majority did not even have the qualifications to become spirit generals. And even if they were to transform into spirit generals, the quality would be extremely ordinary and could only be used as cannon fodder. At the start, he thought that the person who set it up was the spirit general commander of the Southern Alliance, but he quickly realized that it was not Bing, but Tang Tian. In such a complicated situation, it was too late to control it from afar, and it was a test of one's adaptability. The survivors were endless, but the majority of them were incinerated, and only a few were able to transform into spirit generals. Above the golden holy flame sea, there were many red fireballs that looked like gigantic eggs. Suddenly, he thought about the nickname that Temple had for Tang Tian, the godlike young lad. Chapter 936. Ding Dong. The feeling of his soul being nourished was completely different from the joy he felt previously. It was as though his body had become even more free, like a glass that was covered in dust. The dust was slowly being wiped away, and his mind became clear. It was as though he was in a dark house. When he opened the windows and allowed the sunlight to shine in, the objects in the house became clearer. Once his soul and body became uncoordinated, the problem would become even more troublesome. An indescribable joy surged from the deepest part of Tang Tian's heart. After a moment, Tang Tian, who had calmed down, realized that his glass-like mental state had become like a cloud, a ball of cotton candy. One after another, the hollowified energy sword auras swept past. Other than creating ripples, they did not cause any harm. It was an indescribable feeling. It was a completely new feeling. He felt that his body was much lighter, and he felt that his soul had undergone an irreversible change. He did not know if it was a good thing or a bad thing, but the feeling was not bad. As expected, he saw a faint image appearing in his body. Get rid of the great clan elder. And Tang Tian was determined to refine his own cotton candy. Oh, it was the shattered glass-like mental state. Suddenly, he felt that he was extremely thirsty, and subconsciously opened his mouth to suck. It was the best place for Tang Tian to temper his soul, and there was no other place better than this. Where can I find the countless of hollowified energy? Even if his soul was injured during the tempering, he could immediately recover, and like that, he did not have to worry about the consequences. A drop of water came out from the cotton candy, transforming into mist and dispersing into the figure's body. He then realized that there were many dimmed spots on the figure, and he knew that they were injuries. Gemini constellation had two spirits in one body, and the two spirits were connected. Upon separation, they would definitely be injured. It was like a drop of water on the cliff of a mountain. His soul was currently training in the glass-like mental state. The glass-like mental state was extremely unique. It allowed him to be extremely sensitive to the outside world, and his state of mind to be extremely calm. But compared to his monstrous and tyrannical body, it was still lacking. This was his soul being nourished. Tang Tian's body shook violently. As soon as the water droplet left the cotton candy, it turned into a wisp of mist and dispersed into every corner of Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian was suddenly enlightened. His glass-like mental state had already been crushed to the point where it was smaller than a grain of sand, to the point where the sword light couldn't break it. Then I can only use everything I have to avenge you. He didn't turn into ashes. No matter how much pain he felt, no matter how much he was cut into pieces, he still didn't turn into ashes. Even if he felt that his glass-like mental state had already become a pile of glass sand. Once a soul was injured, it was extremely difficult to heal, much more difficult than healing a spirit general. After all, spirit generals did not have physical bodies, and had less to worry about. However, a living person's soul and body were one, and the two could not be separated. Regardless if it was Heaven's Road or Sacred Saint Galaxy, everything related to the soul was an unknown domain, and no one dared to say that they could truly see through the secrets of the soul. Tang Tian even took the time to check on Xian and the others. The pain was still there, and he did not know when it would end. Tang Tian felt that he was floating in the bitter sea of hell. Oh, most of the time, he was sinking. Thank the great clan elder. That doesn't seem right. It's too miserable. Although they are not my people, but they are still human lives. The holified energy was in truth a component of the soul, and it was a unique form of energy. At the start, it was the pain of being cut. He felt as though he was a fish that was continuously being cut, from a whole fish to a big piece, from a big piece to a small piece, and from a small piece to a smaller piece. But very quickly, the feeling of pain changed. He felt that his spirit, which had already been shattered like gravel, was being continuously ground by countless files. Tang Tian could sense the changes in the undying sword. Strand after strand of qi was being nurtured inside the undying sword. Many things that he did not understand in the past became natural, as though the conditions were right, and he suddenly understood everything. Body and spirit as one, Tang Tian's mind had a trace of enlightenment. Xian's condition was not bad either. His body was also condensing, but it was slightly slower than Xiaomanha. Tang Tian noticed the undying sword in Xian's hand. Whenever the holified energy sword auras neared the undying sword, they would immediately shatter and transform into a faint mist that was absorbed by the undying sword. The undying sword was like a dried-up sponge, frantically absorbing the holified energy around it. The amount of holified energy that the undying sword absorbed was more than Xian and Xiaoman combined. I feel as though I am drifting away, like a bystander, watching, as my own hands are as fast as lightning, and every single emulated law core is unable to escape. But the pain was extremely clear and intense, to the point that he thought that he was going to turn into ashes. The endless holified energy allowed him to do all sorts of experiments, so what other place could be better than this? In truth, when he was in Heaven's Road, Tang Tian had spent a lot of effort on tempering his martial spirit. But because he was a Gemini constellation, he and Little Fool shared the same body, and his soul was completely different from an ordinary person. After separating from Little Fool, his soul had been split into two, and the injuries from the split were difficult to heal, which was also the reason why his soul was unable to keep up with the growth of his fleshly body. Tang Tian felt as though his body was like a dried-up field, receiving the nourishment of rain and dew, causing an even more intense feeling of joy to spread throughout his body. Tang Tian felt as though his body had become much lighter, but he knew that it was just a misconception. His body was already close to perfection, without any hidden injuries. The spiritual severing brought about an indescribable pain. His body was fine, but the pain seemed to come from the deepest part of his mind, as though it had spread throughout his entire body, leaving him with nowhere to run or hide. The pain from the spiritual severing caused Tang Tian's thoughts to stop, and if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that Tang Tian's eyes had lost their focus. After mending his soul, he did not continue to absorb the holified energy like Xiaoman and Xian. The more holified energy Xiaoman and the rest absorbed, the better, because they were not restricted by their fleshly bodies. But it was different for Tang Tian. His soul and fleshly body were one, and if his soul grew too strong, it would definitely break the balance between the two. Tang Tian's body had already reached the pinnacle and was not inferior to any of the legendary figures in history. A tyrannical fleshly body was the foundation of the awakened god armor, and his control over the awakened god armor was becoming more and more outstanding, which proved this point. Compared to the perfection of his fleshly body, his tempering of the soul was far from reaching that realm. The glass mental realm that was twisted into cotton candy was like a dried-up sponge, greedily absorbing the holified energy. Not only did the thirst not lessen, it became even more intense. Tang Tian continued to absorb the holified energy with all his might, to the point that the holified energy was like mist that seeped into Tang Tian's body and was absorbed by the cotton candy. But the sword auras did not have any intention of giving up. They continued to frantically grind his glass sand even more. Suddenly, Tang Tian, who was filled with fighting spirit, felt that the inside of the sword tempest cyclone was heaven. Time passed slowly, but the cotton candy in the glass mental realm did not have any signs of satisfaction. On the contrary, he did not feel anything from the dense group of swords that were revolving and roaring at high speeds. From the angle of withdrawal, his body did not know fatigue. Not only was it fast, it never missed. It was truly a perfect killing machine, if only he did not scream miserably. The large amount of holified energy transformed into a stream and was sucked into his mouth. The holified energy that he sucked in was like a drop of water entering a sand dune. It instantly permeated into Tang Tian's body and was absorbed by the cotton candy. Tang Tian did not know how long had passed, but suddenly, the speed at which the cotton candy absorbed the holified energy slowed down, and at that moment, the cotton candy felt as though it was filled with water and was extremely heavy. Right at that moment, a drop of warm and clear water slowly dripped out from the cotton candy. It was Tang Tian's first time seeing his own soul. Inside the sword tempest cyclone formed by the holified energy, Tang Tian's glass mental realm was shattered by the sword auras formed by the holified energy. Ordinary things were useless against the soul, even the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique from back then. If it was an ordinary sword aura, it would be useless against the current Tang Tian. But the sword auras formed by the holified energy were able to achieve such an effect. While enduring the pain, he admired his own heroism, listening to the sword tempest cyclone's berserk roars and his own screams that were not inferior to his own. The two completely different feelings mixed together, it was a strange and contradictory feeling. It was another kind of pain. He felt as though his edges and corners were being grinded away, and with every setback, there would be a short pause in his consciousness. He had a misconception that he was becoming a sphere. He knew that it was just a misconception, his body was unharmed, and he knew that he was still frantically attacking the core of the emulated law. Xiao Ran's condition was the best, she grew the fastest, and her thoughts were the purest. As a spirit general, this point was similar to her outstanding talent when she was alive. It was extremely useful. Her body was constantly being congealed. The holified energy congealed flesh and bones looked no different from an ordinary person, but it had a layer of sparkling and translucent luster, like the texture of a crystal. It was extremely beautiful. The zanbato in her hand had also changed, becoming even more slender and well-proportioned. The lines were even smoother, the blade's entire body was pitch black, the texture was extremely heavy, and it also had a layer of translucent luster. Unknowingly, his soul had been replenished to perfection. With a thought from Tang Tian, the cotton candy stopped absorbing the holified energy. Tang Tian's harvest this time was huge, and it surprised him. His original intention was to help Xian, Xiao Ran and the rest, but he never expected that he would be the one who benefited the most. There were many things that he did not understand in the past, but he was now completely enlightened. Furthermore, his own soul was unable to increase in quantity, but it could increase in quality, and that was the true path of cultivation. Without hesitation, Tang Tian began to temper his soul that had just been restored to perfection, although he needed to experience the pain again, but compared to his own gains, what was the pain? Just as he thought about that, Tang Tian's consciousness suddenly trembled, his entire body became light, as though some invisible shackles in his body had completely shattered, and he suddenly felt light as a feather. The pain that was everywhere disappeared, and the joy of new life rose uncontrollably. Chapter 937. In this aspect he was far inferior to Wuxia. Jiaya admired these soldiers every time she saw them. The army that Wuxia had spent 40 years to create made him gasp in amazement. The temperament of these soldiers was something he had never seen before in other armies. In the period of time that Jiaya had been stationed in the Weiyiguan continent, he could clearly feel the imprints that Wuxia had left behind everywhere. As long as the soldiers who stayed behind talked about Lord Wuxia, their respect came from the bottom of their hearts. Any disrespectful remarks towards Wuxia would be met with an intense reaction from them. When encountering such a situation, they would often beat the other party up, and then consciously go to the military discipline office to accept punishment. They never shirked their responsibilities. Military discipline was more important than anything else, and it had already become their instinct. It could be seen that Wuxia had a profound influence on them. After this storm, he would also retire. There was no meaning to it. Old Tang smiled when he saw Jiaya's gaze, but he didn't say anything. Jiaya's face was filled with disbelief at first, but suddenly he recalled the obscure words that Wuxia had said to him, as well as some of the rumors in temple, and his face turned pale. Killed by the temple? Jiaya was dumbstruck. He had thought of countless answers, but he never expected it to be this one. He forced a smile. Why would temple kill Wuxia? This was indeed illogical. Don't be fooled by other people's flowery words. Before he could react, he heard Ming Hai and the others sobbing bitterly. Previously, they still had a sliver of hope in their hearts. What the Lord had said was too shocking. But when they heard Jiaya say that the Saint Continent was sealed by the holy flames, it was as though they were struck by lightning and their last strand of hope was completely shattered. What's wrong with you guys? Jiaya stood up and looked at the weeping Ming Hai and the others. For some reason, the uneasy feeling in his heart intensified. Looking at the bitter smile on Ming Hai's face, for some reason, Jiaya felt a chill down her spine. He knew how strong Wuxia's soldiers were. He never expected to see such a bitter smile on their faces. He subconsciously blurted out, "How did they die?" Jiaya's face turned paler and paler, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ming Hai wiped his tears and said hatefully, "That's right. Master said that temple wants to create many spirit generals, and they need a lot of holy flames. That is why temple has been promoting the holy flame, and if there is a special situation, temple will." Out of all the generals, Jiaya admired Wuxia the most. The others all had their own strengths, and it was hard to tell who was stronger in terms of combat power, but none of them were as pure as Wuxia. Wuxia was like those old-school generals in history, a pure soldier. Even though Wuxia wasn't around, they still persisted in their training, no different from usual. They were able to endure loneliness and had never gone out to seek pleasure. Their discipline was strict, their sense of honor was strong, and they were united. Jiaya, who was deep in thought, spoke up. "The Saint Continent has recently been sealed by the holy flames. I do not know what's going on." But then he began to laugh at his own naivety. Even if Wuxia was here, what use would it be? Regardless of whether it was temple or the aristocratic alliance, military generals were just blades in their hearts. What kind of influence could an old general of the border have on the situation? Would the great elder listen to him? Or would the rich listen to him? There wasn't a single general who wouldn't like such a soldier. Jiaya was a little ashamed. He had an indifferent personality. To put it bluntly, he was lazy. He could not be like Wuxia, who placed all of his energy and thoughts on the soldiers. Wuxia's care and concern for his soldiers was never doubted, and he would definitely not sacrifice his soldiers without any assurance. The risk was one of the reasons, and he did not need to take such a risk to increase his achievements. He had stayed in the Saint Continent for a long time, and his family were all in the Saint Continent, if what Ming Hai said was true. His eyes turned black, and he almost fainted. He muttered to himself, "It can't be, the great clan elder is not that deranged, he wouldn't dare. Isn't that the same as cutting off all hope? The great clan elder is such an intelligent man, why would he do such a foolish thing? It can't be like that, there must be another reason for the holy flames." When he said this, he glanced at the stranger beside Ming Hai. He was even more unwilling to take action against someone he was familiar with in the past. "I wonder how Wuxia is doing," Jiaya was worried. Jiaya persuaded him a few times but did not persist. The soldiers of Wuxia's army were more familiar with defense, and were more alert and more responsible. They were the ones who discovered the attacks of the savage tribe in advance. They were already used to the cold and snow, and it was not the first time that the soldiers under him had complained about the harsh environment. He tried to convince himself, but his voice trembled more and more, and eventually became choked with sobs, and in the end he completely lost control of his emotions, and started to cry bitterly like Ming Hai and the rest. The mystery of the Saint Continent had not dissipated, and many people were watching coldly from the sidelines, waiting for the dust to settle. Seeing the familiar faces lying in a pool of blood at his feet, he felt that it was difficult for him to face the scene. He recognized the few people in the lead. They were Wuxia's capable generals, and with so many of Wuxia's soldiers appearing at the same time, his first reaction was that Wuxia had surrendered to the enemy. He felt that the thought was absurd. Wuxia surrendered to the enemy? How is that possible? The savage tribe attacked at night? Surrender? Why would Master surrender? Ming Hai laughed bitterly. Master is dead. Jia calmed down instead. He looked at the leader and spoke indifferently. Ming Hai, I never thought that it would be you guys. Wuxia surrendered to the savage tribe? He had never participated in any battles, and had stayed at the border for over 10 years. He was a simple and thrifty person, loved his soldiers like they were his sons, and shared the hardships with them. Regardless of how one looked at him, he was the model of a soldier. The group of people surrounded him, their weapons pointed at him. Old Tang and the old commander looked at Jia, Ming Hai and the rest in sympathy. Their faces were filled with sorrow. They did not know how to console them. But regardless of anything, the last obstacle in their journey to the Saint Continent was gone. He immediately sobered up and stood up. Before he could do anything, a group of strangers barged in. Jia's face changed. How can the enemy know where I sleep so clearly? His first thought was that there was a traitor by his side, but when he saw the few people in the lead, his eyes constricted. Dead, they're all dead. Our family members are all dead. Ming Hai cried bitterly and spoke incoherently. Master was burned to death by the holy flame. As long as anyone in the Saint Continent cultivates the holy flame, they will all die. Temple needs their holy flame. Jia could not help but admire Wuxia's construction of the Wei Yiguan continent was like an iron bucket. Wuxia had considered every single detail, and the painstaking work that he had put in over 10 years was truly shocking. His voice trembled. You said everyone in the Saint Continent? As long as they cultivate the holy flame? He was not addicted to alcohol, but would drink a little before sleeping as a way to help him sleep. He had been in a bad mood recently, and thus drank more than usual. He did not need to worry about the defense, as the important positions were still guarded by the soldiers that stayed behind. This was their insistence, because they did not receive Wuxia's order to change defenses. Sounds of fighting could be faintly heard from outside, as well as the angry shouts of his subordinates. That period of time was so beautiful. Wuxia said it himself? Jia frowned. The answer was out of his expectations. What exactly happened? Temple killed them. Ming Hai gritted his teeth. His expression was sinister, and tears flowed down his face. All of Wuxia's old subordinates around him had tears streaming down their faces as they gritted their teeth. Ming Hai suddenly asked, "What's the situation in the Saint Continent now?" Gradually, Jia became slightly tipsy. He thought about the times when they were young, when they were in high spirits. At that time, the honorable martial continent was extremely united. Everyone's mind was filled with the thought of expanding their territory and unifying the sacred Saint Galaxy. Jia felt that the mood had died down. He picked up the wine cup in front of him and downed it in one gulp. The savage army outside the pass was still clamoring, but everyone was already used to it. Even the soldiers here were frightened at first, but they soon got used to it. The savage army had attempted to attack a few times, and even found nearby tribes to be guides, but they were all defeated. For some reason, even though they had successfully taken over the Wei Yiguan continent, the two of them did not feel any joy from victory when they saw the group of iron-blooded men crying. Such a tragedy truly made them feel sorrowful. Sigh, the honorable martial continent has suddenly become unstable. I wonder if Wuxia will be better? Regardless of which camp we are in, who hasn't nodded their heads a few times? There was a reason why Jia was not so insistent, and that was because he felt that he would not stay in the Wei Yiguan continent for long. Wuxia could return at any time, and he was just temporarily pulled over to stabilize the situation. There was no need for him to clash with Wuxia's army over such matters. He knew of Wuxia's infiltration into the savage continent, and the conservative Jia felt that it was too risky. But he also trusted Wuxia's judgment. Wuxia was decisive and resolute, steady and magnanimous, and had the most outstanding view of the big picture out of the five of them. And he had operated in the Wei Yiguan continent for over 10 years, and was more familiar with the situation in the savage continent than them. For Wuxia to make such a judgment and decision, he definitely had his reasons, and had a certain degree of confidence. Other people's soldiers were more trustworthy than his own soldiers, and that made Jia unhappy for a period of time. Of course, the unhappiness was only towards himself. Ming Hai shook his head. No one can lie to us. Master died right in front of us, and that was what Master told us personally. If not for Ming Hai and the rest surrounding him, he would have felt that it was blasphemy against Mu Jixia. Go Cheng Wendao, who was far away in the Shang continent, felt the same way, and so did Jia, who was stationed in the Wei Yiguan continent. Jia was even thankful to the savage army. If not for them, he would not be able to escape from the circle of right and wrong in the Saint Continent. Being a subordinate of the emperor was undoubtedly glorious, but if he were to stand on the wrong side, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. The risks involved were unimaginable. Chapter 938. Cliff had no choice but to come out. Now we can only defend and wait for reinforcements. Our strength is still relatively intact. If we can hold on for a period of time, the reinforcements from the temple should arrive. The mastermind hiding in the shadows had finally found the most fatal opportunity. He had no intention of waiting any longer. When Go Cheng Wendao received Chiu Su Hua's request, he was extremely hesitant and called the three of them over to discuss. After discussing, they made the decision. All of them were afraid of the honorable martial continent's power struggle. The Chiu family's fall from grace had caused them to not have too many misgivings. Furthermore, as long as they remained silent, they would be able to come up with an excuse in the future. Master's meaning is that the Southern Alliance's target is the rear? Cliff, who was always calm, stuttered. The great clan elder's gaze was like a burning flame, looking at the densely packed red fire cocoons shattering at the same time on the holy flame sea. His heart was slightly agitated. He felt a little regretful. Mu Jixia had always been the military general he admired the most, but Mu Jixia had refused to participate in his plan. Even Cliff and the rest could guess that the Southern Alliance would definitely surround them and not attack them and exhaust them to death. The decisive battle was about to begin. But even if they knew, what could they do? In the great clan elder's plan, he was not prepared to build a spirit general army so early, but Duke's appearance had prompted him to bring it forward. But this way, the great elder was completely relieved. If he had been a little worried before, he was no longer worried now. He did not believe that there was any army in the world that could contend against his spirit general army. Furthermore, he sensed that the holy flame seed in Mu Jixia's body had been activated. Mu Jixia was already dead. He had passed this hurdle, and no one could stop him or his spirit general army. His era would begin with this battle. Chiu Su Hua looked at Xie Yu and who was in front of him absent-mindedly. This was the first time he saw this famous general, but he did not expect it to be in such a situation. The honorable martial continent is in danger. Chiu Su Hua. Chiu Su Hua. This traitor, should arrive? When Go Cheng Wendao heard that, he sneered, "Arrive my ass. These idiots were fighting to the death. Even if the battle is over, they'll still be busy cleaning up the mess and supporting us? Who will remember us?" The collapse of the honorable martial continent's front lines actually came so quickly. Even though he had sided with the Southern Alliance, Chiu Su Hua could not help but feel gloomy. They had once thought that they were invincible, but reality had hit them hard. This time, even the honorable martial continent was in danger, and Chiu Su Hua had astutely deduced that the Southern Alliance's intention was definitely not just the Shang continent. Everyone was silent. As for the ordinary spirit generals that the great clan elder was nurturing, after absorbing a large amount of holy flames, their strength had become much stronger than when the honorable martial banner of knights were alive. More importantly, the numbers on both sides were not on the same level. Her dark red eyes were indifferent. She stood silently in front of the great clan elder, her holy flames fluttering in the wind. The sun pattern on his forehead was magnificent and noble. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with dejection, and the atmosphere became gloomy. This slash was so fatal that they didn't have any strength to fight back. His invincible spirit general army had broken out of its cocoon. With an outstanding military general like Sophie, 12 honorable martial spirit knights as the backbone, and a large number of obedient and powerful spirit general soldiers, they could form an extremely powerful spirit general army. After a while, Go Cheng Wendao calmed down and called them over. When everyone saw Go Cheng Wendao's appearance, they were all shocked. The master's face was bloodshot, his expression extremely gloomy. To him, this battle was the most important battle. Whether it was success or failure, everything depended on this battle. If he won the Saint Continent, he would win the Honorable Martial Continent, and he would win the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Qiu Su Hua was surprised. Generals that had just become famous would usually have an air of arrogance, but the Xie Yuan in front of him was extremely warm and reserved, as calm as water. Qiu Su Hua praised him in his heart. He was extremely cooperative. No problem, then I will leave this place to General. Everyone remained silent, their eyes dimmed. They knew that it was truly an extravagant hope for reinforcements at such a time. What was more important was the supplies. Their army had been preserved the most, which meant that they needed more supplies. Now that their supply line had been cut off, they could not replenish their supplies, and when their supplies ran out, it would be their doomsday. In the history of the Honorable Martial Continent, there had never been a great general who had surrendered, and Qiu Su Hua was the first. If the news were to spread, it would immediately cause a huge uproar. It was the worst thing that had happened to the Honorable Martial Continent, and it was much more severe than any of their previous losses. After a while, everyone came to their senses, and their faces couldn't help but change. Go Cheng Wendao suddenly said those words out of nowhere, causing everyone to be startled and unable to react in time. They could not defend and could not run. That was their current predicament. Sophie, who had completed her transformation, was the great clan elder's most perfect masterpiece, and that was what the great clan elder was most satisfied with. No matter how loyal Mu Jixia and the rest were, they could not compare to spirit generals. Go Cheng Wendao waited for a while, but no one spoke up. He became anxious and raised his voice. Is there no other way? Take the initiative to attack? Now, everyone could deeply feel the impact that their own fleet had been ambushed, and it had a profound impact on them. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in his mind: the final battle that would decide the outcome of the Southern Alliance and the Honorable Martial Continent had arrived. Everyone else was shocked. It was the final decisive battle, and the main character of the battle was not the unprecedented Southern Alliance army, but Tang Tian, who was hidden within the Honorable Martial Continent. The 12 Honorable Martial Banner of Knights that had transformed into spirit generals, although they were not as outstanding as Sophie, but as the backbone of the entire spirit general army, they were more than enough. They had thought of countless of possibilities, but they had never thought that Qiu Su Hua would want to surrender to the Southern Alliance. The Qiu family was a prestigious family of the Honorable Martial Continent, and even if they failed, it was not to the extent of forcing Qiu Su Hua to surrender. All right, they no longer needed to consider the severity of the storm it would cause. They needed to worry about their own situation, which was truly terrible. General Qiu, this subordinate has received orders to replace your esteemed unit here. Xie Yuan's tone was calm and courteous, without the arrogance of a victor. Now tell me, what other ideas do you have? Qiu Su Hua knew that Go Cheng Wendao was finished. Thinking about how they had rejected Qiu Su Hua previously, all of their hearts were filled with bitterness and regret. Their warships had suffered heavy losses, which meant that it was impossible for them to break through Qiu Su Hua's blockade. Although their armies were more intact than Qiu Su Hua, but Qiu Su Hua had blocked their path of retreat and held the initiative. To think that they could break through Qiu Su Hua's blockade without warships was undoubtedly wishful thinking. He was excited and expectant. They had planned for so long and paid so much. Wasn't it for victory? Suddenly, a crisp sound came out from the holy flame sea, like the sound of an eggshell breaking. The sound of an eggshell breaking was like a fuse being lit. Countless of eggshells breaking sounded out at the same time. Like a tide, it sounded out. Go Cheng Wendao's hysterical voice could be heard from afar, but no one dared to step forward. Cliff and the other two were filled with fear. They never thought that at such a time, Qiu Su Hua would actually stab them in the back. Even Mu Jixia and the rest could not do it. Where else can we go? A look of pain flashed past Go Cheng Wendao's eyes, but he sneered. Could it be that at such a time, the Southern Alliance will still place their target on us? Wake up, we are already cooked ducks. An all-out attack. This is an all-out attack. Those fools, everyone is finished this time. The Southern Alliance had deployed Xie Yuan, who was proficient in defense, to stand guard here, to completely trap Go Cheng Wendao. Sophie's aura was completely different from before. The transformation had completely changed her. The Sophie in front of him was like a cold killing machine. As long as he gave the order, she would destroy the enemy. Chiu Su Hua could not help but think about Tang Tian, who was still inside the honorable martial continent. Thinking about Tang Tian and Bing's tacit understanding and coordination, his heart trembled. The Southern Alliance was planning to launch an all-out attack. Not only did Sophie's individual strength increase by leaps and bounds, her ability to command when she was alive was completely preserved. Sophie was a true elite that Temple had spent countless of effort to groom, and very few people knew that the current 5 great generals were once Sophie's teachers. This was also why the great clan elder pushed Sophie to the position of commander of the Banner of Knights, because only the commander of the Banner of Knights had the qualifications to receive the guidance of the 5 great generals. And the Saint Continent that possessed an inexhaustible supply of holy flames would become Temple's most important place to replenish their soldiers. The great clan elder looked at Sophie in front of him and revealed a satisfied look. Sophie did not disappoint the great clan elder's expectations. She displayed outstanding talent and obtained the recognition of the 5 great generals. And from then on, Sophie's position as the commander of the Banner of Knights was truly stabilized, and no one doubted her anymore. For those who could not keep up with his footsteps, no matter how outstanding they were dead. Because they rejected Chiu Su Hua's army's entry into the Shang continent, Chiu Su Hua was forced to station in a small continent along the supply route. Chiu Su Hua's surrender to the Southern Alliance meant that their supply route and path of retreat were all cut off. And the Shang continent had no defenses, they were not proficient in defense, and the current them were like turtles in a jar. Go Cheng Wendao muttered he was at a loss. The great clan elder did not hesitate to groom Sophie, just for the sake of today. He needed a military general with high standards, and this military general had to be loyal to him unconditionally. Sophie had become different, as though she had been reborn. The armor on her entire body was enveloped in a layer of golden holy flames. The holy flames silently swallowed and released a natural might. Her entire body, only her face was not covered by the holy flames, but a dark gold mask covered half of her face, revealing only a pair of dark red eyes. Chapter 939. All of Tang Tian's experiences and realizations flashed past his eyes in that moment. After 10,000 years, the Southern Cross Army's war flag once again flies. You have a spirit general army, so do I. Then, let us see whose army is stronger. Every time it jumped, it would release a 7-colored glass light aura. Inside the gorgeous 7-colored glass light aura, countless of fine black lines could be seen swimming around. In the deep and dark seabed, one after another, illusory figures stood in an orderly manner. They were silent, like the silent terracotta army, with cracks all over their bodies. If there was no other reason, they would sleep for 100 years, and wait to wake up after 100 years. The awakened god armor quietly changed, which Tang Tian carefully sensed. It was the decisive battle. It was as though an invisible hand was slowly carving them out from the illusory figures. And what Tang Tian needed was to sort out the disorderly and chaotic law threads of the god armor into order. With that, the law threads that originally relied on brute force to compress together and lacked variation, could now produce countless variations, which was undoubtedly a qualitative leap for the awakened god armor. He initially thought that the 14 fiery pillars were the great clan elder's true trump card, but he now knew that the great clan elder had actually prepared so many spirit generals. Spirit General Army, the great clan elder wanted to use the holy flames to create a spirit general army. In the current environment of the Saint Continent, the fighting capabilities of a spirit general army would be greatly increased. Other than the gray color of their skin that was unique to spirit generals, they looked no different from living humans. Their eyes looked as though they were formed from black seawater, bright and deep. But the scene just now was enough to cause Tang Tian to be cautious. When their bodies congealed, there was no longer any mist. They stepped on the surface of the sea and silently walked into the dense mist. They were born for battle. Following the absorption of the hollowified energy, their bodies started to congeal at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the illusory figures to water, to bones and flesh. My great axe has long been thirsty. At Tang Tian and Du Ku's level of cultivation, their predecessors were no longer able to tell them how to continue, or what their future path was. Inside the sea of holy flames floated densely packed red light cocoons, which were constantly breaking apart, and every time a spirit general walked out from one of the cocoons. There were already a large number of spirit generals in the holy flame ocean, and Tang Tian was able to determine their origins from the residual undulations on the spirit generals. When the two completely fused, an indescribable understanding flowed like a stream of water on a smooth cobblestone. Tang Tian quietly observed and experienced it. The fine black lines were the law threads that formed the awakened god armor, and they were constantly changing inside the glass light. The awakened god armor on Tang Tian's body was also quietly changing. The rainbow-colored glass light seemed to extend from the law threads to the awakened god armor. The gold awakened god armor started to have other colors, and started to emit vitality. They only had about 100 spirit generals on their side, which was much less than the opponent. It was just a quick glance, but he saw that there were at least tens of thousands of spirit generals. If Tang Tian saw them, he would be shocked. Tang Tian's physique was extremely tyrannical, and walking the path of hollowified energy was akin to neglecting the essentials. In truth, it was like what Dooku had previously understood. Tang Tian was like a tyrant in terms of laws. He used his powerful and pure brute force to forcefully fuse all the law threads together, and created the awakened god armor. Dooku knew that although it looked simple, it was actually extremely difficult. The logic was simple, but other than Tang Tian, who else could do it? On the ocean of peace that was permeated with mist, the figures that stood tall and straight looked just like 10,000 years ago. The great general who stood at the front silently raised the gigantic war flag and stabbed it into the ground. His soul and fleshly body had achieved the most perfect fusion. Dooku was still alright. His path was more conventional, although he had reached the limit, but there were people who had reached this place before him. Suddenly, Tang Tian noticed the changes in the undying sword. In the dark and cold seabed, groups of figures opened their eyes. Amidst the thick fog, the incomplete square formation was quietly being repaired bit by bit. One after another, silver light threads, like a school of fishes, knocked open the door of time, and visited the land of nothingness and silence. He could not help but admire the great clan elder's coldness and ruthlessness. Tang Tian was much more miserable. He loved to mess around too much. From a long time ago, his path had become different from others. For example, when he created the zero-energy body, his realm was pitifully low. And his awakened god armor was unprecedented, and he could not find anyone to learn from or guide him. He was already like that when he was not at his current realm, much less now. Tang Tian suddenly understood the upcoming battle would be the most important and crucial battle in his life. As long as he defeated the great clan elder, Temple would fall, and the honorable martial continent would collapse. He would no longer have any enemies in the sacred Saint Galaxy. Victory in the sacred Saint Galaxy would also bring him victory in Heaven's Road. The sacred Saint Galaxy's resources, warships and armies were not something that Heaven's Road could contend against. As long as he could find the path back, Tang Tian could bring his gigantic fleet and sweep through Heaven's Road. Inside the whirlpool sword storm, Tang Tian's soul was being tempered even more, and when the last flaw was removed, his body trembled. An indescribable feeling of ease filled every corner of his body, as though he had been reborn. His enemies were unprecedentedly strong, the battle was unprecedentedly dangerous, but they were unable to avoid it. From the start to the end, the remnant spirits that refused to rest did not make any sound. They did not have the joy of being reborn. Even if they were reborn, they did not forget their mission, they did not forget their undying will. As long as he won this battle, no one would be able to stop him. He quickly noticed that there were many undulations in the distance, and the undulations were increasing. The great clan elder seemed to have sensed him. He suddenly raised his head and looked in his direction. Snorting, countless of holy flames erupted, transforming into a gigantic screen of fire. Tang Tian's vision blurred, and he could not see anything. They converged from all directions and entered the silent figures. There were many of them, and they continuously entered the bodies of the cracked figures. As the silver light continued to enter, the cracks on the figures' bodies gradually healed. The figures' bodies continued to congeal, as though they were walking out from the shadows. The contours of their faces became clearer and more solid, the corners of their mouths, eyebrows, nose. It was a realm that every cultivator yearned for, and in the history of mankind, the number of people who were able to do it could be counted with one's fingers. Just based on this point, Tang Tian was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with any of the legends in history and laugh proudly at the heroes of the present. The glass fire in Tang Tian's body was an inspiration that he had obtained from Temple's holy flame. The most unique aspect of the holy flame was its ability to project laws. Tang Tian's glass fire was not a projection law, but a combo and optimization law. Tang Tian did not wish to walk the path of the hollowified energy, although the hollowified energy was powerful and had many miraculous uses, but its attributes were all based on the word hollowified, and was most suitable for spirit generals to train in. They raised their heads, and their bodies slowly floated up. Amidst the fog, a badly damaged square formation had silently existed at some point in time. The new soldiers walked into the square formation, and consciously walked to the position of the incomplete formation, and stopped moving. There was no doubt that the awakened god armor was powerful, but there was no more room for improvement. Tang Tian's control over the awakened god armor had become stronger, and more importantly, his fleshly body had become more tyrannical. The laws on the awakened god armor were disorderly, and that was the biggest reason for its might. From the glass mental realm to the glass fire, there were many coincidences and opportunities, but there were also many things that Tang Tian himself comprehended and had a flash of inspiration. Almost as soon as he thought about it, countless complicated pieces of information were gathered and organized in his mind. He saw a scene that shocked him. His mask had turned black. It was a deep and bottomless black, darker than the night sky, and it had restrained all of Tang Tian's undulations. His eyes had an additional layer of extremely thin and transparent light screen. It contained many light laws, and through the light screen, Tang Tian saw that the world was completely different from before. Sounds, smells, temperature, etc., more and more law threads were activated and combined together, and Tang Tian realized that the world around him was becoming more and more foreign. Tang Tian quietly watched everything that was happening inside the undying sword, his heart filled with an indescribable emotion. When the cracks on their bodies were completely mended, when their bodies were completely congealed, they slowly opened their eyes. Their deep and resolute gazes pierced through the mist of time, illuminating the dark and silent ocean of peace. When Tang Tian saw the Southern Cross war flag fluttering once again, the fighting intent in his body was ignited. His cotton candy quietly stirred like a cloud, a thread of life force diffused out, as though something was being nurtured inside. The cotton candy's shape started to change continuously, finally transforming into the shape of a flame. The glass mist that was even finer than sand transformed into a flame that slowly danced. Then he saw the great clan elder and Sophie. When they surfaced from the surface of the sea, the surrounding mist were attracted to them and surged towards them. The mist formed from the hollowified energy permeated through every part of their bodies, and they were like pieces of dry sponges that frantically absorbed the mist around them. The glass light contained all of his enlightenment, and was automatically optimizing the awakened god armor. Inside the undying sword, the quiet ocean of peace was filled with mist. The mist was so dense that one could not even see their fingers, as the endless hollowified energy was being absorbed into the sword, transforming into threads of mist. The ocean of peace that was shrouded in mist was extremely quiet, without any sound. When the mist met the ocean of peace, it quickly seeped into the black seawater, transforming into a faint silver light trace. Countless of light traces flashed past the black seawater, like the scales of a school of fish swimming. He could see many lights that he could not see in the past. He could see the law threads in the air. He could smell the faint smells in the past, and he could even differentiate the extremely complicated smells of the soil and what they were made of. He could sense the minute undulations from the other side of the Saint Continent. When the remnant spirits at the bottom of the sea were awakened one by one, when the incomplete square formation was slowly mended, killing intent soared into the sky. Tang Tian's emotions surged, and his fighting intent surged. Chapter 940. The collapsing storm turned into a gray torrent, sweeping and spreading in all directions. Although her entire body was enveloped in holy flames, Tang Tian could still recognize her, and his pupils constricted. Sophie! The powerful alliance of wealthy families had been destroyed in an instant before the Great Elder had even appeared. They did not even have the strength to fight back. When Ji and the rest saw Sandra and the others, they couldn't help but sigh. They were all rich and powerful families with a long history. But now they had completely collapsed. Right at that moment, the holy flames above them suddenly surged, and layers of holy flame ripples converged above them from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was as though a sun had risen above their heads. Countless holy flames converged and condensed into a blazing golden ball of light. Boom! The great clan elder was extremely calm, in Temple's home ground, who could stir up any waves. Inside every spirit general soldier's body, there was a radiant brand, and the general could directly use the brand to command the soldiers. All of these spirit generals that were selected from the countless survivors, after going through the baptism and nourishment of the holy flames, their strength had a qualitative leap, and their fighting instincts were much stronger than before. Temple only existed in name, but at that time, the great clan elder was unprecedentedly powerful. He had sucked all of Temple's blood dry, sucked all of the life forms in the Saint Continent dry, and had set up a killing trap that far surpassed any other in history. In that moment, the Holy Flames Spirit General Army had already formed up. Sophie stood at the front of the army. Behind her were 13 Saint Spirit Knights, and behind the Saint Spirit Knights was an endless army. Dooku was admiring and studying the pillars of punishment. He was extremely interested in Temple's system. He was not a spirit general, and the holy flame was useless to him, but the theory and creativity behind it could give him inspiration. The pillars of punishment were formed from holy flames, and its structure was more complex and mature, with many signs of optimization. The fireball seemed to be kneaded by an invisible hand, becoming flat and gradually turning into a golden door of fire. Sophie glanced at Duke, who was in the sky. He was the only one in the enemy camp who could float in the air, so he was naturally eye-catching. Dooku felt Sophie's gaze and his heart trembled. The female spirit general's strength caused him to feel extreme danger. Let's start. Everyone was dumbfounded, even Duke was no exception. He had been studying the Pillar of Judgment, and he knew how strong it was. Hundreds of pillars of punishment were connected through the holy flame screen, forming an extremely stable structure. The spirit general beside Chia, upon seeing that the enemy was also a spirit general, his eyes were filled with disdain. But as the opposing spirit generals continued to walk out from the light door, the expressions on their faces congealed. The spinning speed of the sword Tempest had slowed down, although it was just a little slower than before, but Dooku could sense it. Noticing Dooku's actions, everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the whirlpool sword storm in the sky. In an instant, the golden pillar of fire that had pierced through the clouds turned into a huge golden fireball with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Many people still had a look of confusion on their faces, not understanding what had happened. But those who were familiar with Tang Tian and trusted him were the first to react. Fu Zhengji brought the God Armor army and rushed to Tang Tian's side without hesitation. The Great Elder was the last to emerge from the light gate. Xiao Man, who was at a loss, quivered. "Protect young miss." The spirit generals by her side were all reborn, like 120 demon gods. The dense and cold killing intent almost caused the surrounding air to freeze. The phantoms in the air killed, and they appeared next to Chia Shengguan out of thin air, looking disdainful and calm. Xen acted as if he did not hear Tang Tian's warning as he stared blankly at the undying sword in his hand. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing. He turned around and looked at the gigantic whirlpool sword storm in the sky. It was actually broken by the sword Tempest Cyclone. How powerful was the sword Tempest Cyclone? The entire honorable martial continent would belong to Tang Tian, and no one would be able to shake his hegemony. Adding that the Sin Domain and Heaven's Road had their own advantages, Duke did not think that at that time, there would be anyone who could stop Tang Tian from unifying the sacred Saint Galaxy. Ji Zhe and the rest were filled with admiration for Dooku. At this critical juncture, he could still immerse himself in research. This state of mind was not something they could compare to. They were all very nervous. This was the final battle. Prepare for battle. Tang Tian was the first to notice that something was wrong and immediately reminded everyone. Chi. Snow City in the distance was left with ruins. It was completely destroyed, as though it was completely flattened by a gigantic foot. Not even a single building was left. They could feel the entire Saint continent trembling. Bang, bang, bang. Their opponent was so strong that it caused them to feel despair. Tang Tian and the rest who had just come out from the sword Tempest Cyclone were shocked by the sudden tremors. Ji Zhe and the rest's faces changed. Tang Tian remained calm. He had previously seen how the spirit generals grew. He looked at Sadra and the rest who were pale white, and knew that they had completely lost their courage to fight, and with their strength, they were of no help to the battle, and he had to divert his attention to take care of them. He instructed Ji Zhe softly, for Sadra and the rest to bring their own clansmen and mace field tradings to immediately retreat far away from the battlefield. The great clan elder's face turned cold. Someone had destroyed the pillars of punishment. He thought about how he was spied on previously, and was still thinking of how to find the culprit, but he never expected that the culprit would reveal his position. He only needed to find out which pillar of punishment was destroyed, and he would know the culprit's position. Intense explosions sounded out one after another, causing everyone who was running to feel the ground beneath their feet to tremble, causing them to almost lose their balance. Everyone's faces changed as they subconsciously turned their heads to look, and saw an extremely spectacular scene. Like a torrential flood, the torrent of holy flames struck the nearest pillar of punishment. The majestic pillar of punishment crumbled, and the holy flames flowed down like molten metal, causing the holy flame light screen in the sky to tremble. Seeing Sadra and the rest heave a sigh of relief and turn to run, Tang Tian retracted his gaze. Orderly footsteps came out from behind the light door. One after another, silent and austere spirit generals formed a golden torrent and walked out of the light door. Without any warning, the enormous tornado suddenly collapsed like a snowy mountain. Inside the surging torrent, there were countless sword auras mixed together. The soul-shaking screams and the wails of the tornado were mixed together, causing the sky to change color. Temple's fighting strength could be said to be the strongest in the entire sacred Saint Galaxy. Furthermore, the great clan elder had schemed for over 10 years, and used the entire Saint continent as a bargaining chip to lay out the killing formation. Suddenly, Dooku felt a tinge of regret. Why did I research on the pillars of punishment? I should have gone to research on the sword Tempest Cyclone. I missed it. When the last spirit general walked out from the red cocoon, the great clan elder's agitated heart calmed down. Up until now, his plan was flawless. All the steps had been completed, even the Holy Flames Spirit General army that he had prepared as a backup was completed. A figure wrapped entirely in holy flames stepped out from the light door. And when the 13 Saint Spirit Knights stepped out, the aura that lingered around their bodies seemed to have materialized, causing everyone's faces to change. And if the great clan elder won, it would be a true calamity for the Sin Domain. Different from the honorable martial energy in the past, the golden holy flames in front of them were not weakened at all in the Sin Domain's environment and were extremely damaging to laws. If the great clan elder won, Temple's knights would definitely trample over every corner of the Sin Domain. The great clan elder was even willing to take action against the citizens of Temple in the Saint Continent. Duke did not believe that he would let the people of the Sin Domain live. Everyone's faces changed, and without hesitation, they turned and ran. No one could stop him. When he appeared, an earth-shattering pressure enveloped the entire place. Regardless of whether it was the demonic godlike 10,000-year-old spirit generals by Chia's side, or the astonishingly large Holy Flame Spirit General army, they were all ants beneath his feet, insignificant and insignificant. The Golden Light Regiment continued to expand and transform at an astonishing speed, finally transforming into a light door. Countless of holy flames converged from all directions. The fire door's golden light suddenly increased in intensity, the dazzling golden light causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Inside the golden light, the light door slowly opened. As though they could feel the heaviness of the light door, the terrifying tremors spread out like ripples across the entire Saint Continent, the holy flames in the sky started to ripple, and all of the pillars of punishment started to tremble. The densely packed spirit generals floated quietly in the sky, their auras were one, and the pressure they produced was as though a mountain was pressing down on them. Xin and the rest stood on top of the ruins in confusion. They did not understand what was happening. When Sophie heard Tang Tian call out her name, she looked at Tang Tian indifferently, then retracted her gaze. He said indifferently, he placed his palm on the pillars of punishment, causing the gigantic fiery pillar to tremble. In front of his unparalleled willpower, even the vast power had to submit. The gigantic fiery pillar had the holy flames flowing downwards, as though it was a melting candle. Regardless of whether it was the great clan elder or the despairing situation, it had far exceeded the limits of Jizé and the rest's understanding. To them, it was a different level of war, it was an extremely dangerous and difficult war, and the anxiety in their hearts was unimaginable. Duke's expression was much more indifferent. The higher the realm, the more tempering and tests one's mental state would have to endure. The higher one's realm was, the harder it was to advance and ascend even a little bit. Without a matching state of mind, one would not be able to step into that realm. It was destined to be an extremely intense battle. Other than the death of one party, there would be no other outcome. The light door slowly opened, and a pure and gentle golden light spilled out from inside. To the Sin Domain, it was the best thing that could happen. They would be able to obtain more space to live, and would be able to return to the Sacred Saint Galaxy more easily, and better integrate into the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Right at that moment, the holy flames in the skies suddenly trembled. Dooku was much more optimistic, although the battle would not be easy, but as long as they won, no one in the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy would be able to stop them. Dooku had already decided to fight to the death. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were useless. Chapter 941. The great clan elder's body was like a compressed ocean. It was extremely solid, while Tang Tian's body was ethereal, with no traces of energy undulations. He had unleashed the void to its maximum. On this point, the 120 spirit generals by Chia's side were the same. They had also been through the baptism of countless battles. Their wills were firm, although they could feel the great clan elder's overflowing aura, but their willpower that had been tempered through long periods of battles allowed them to maintain their ferocious fighting intent. Spirit generals? The two of them had completely different auras, but were equally strong. Xian's nose suddenly turned sour. He bowed, raised his head and puffed out his chest, and replied loudly, "Yes." Only Xiao Ran could see some signs. She seemed to have seen something flickering in Xian's eyes. For some reason, Xiao Ran's heart was grasped by something. The great clan elder had long known of Dooku's existence, so he was not surprised, and even smiled at Dooku, as though he had met an old friend. Dooku sighed in his heart. As expected, the great clan elder is not an ordinary person. Even as an enemy, you have to admit that he has his own style. Come out, guys. Black seawater flowed out from the sword blade and extended along the ground. The undying sword transformed into a mist that pervaded the surface of the sea. The undying sword in his hand stabbed heavily into the ground. As though something was stirring in his body, he roared out, "Come out! Southern Cross Army!" Right now, the Great Elder was like a powerful bomb. The slightest bit of carelessness in his control, or the slightest bit of slackness, or even the slightest mistake, would lead to terrible consequences. The Great Elder would instantly be blown into ashes by the vast and violent energy. That's right, I knew you wouldn't think of it. If I was so easily thought of by you, how could I defeat you? Tang Tian was pleased. If he had a tail, it would definitely be pointing towards the sky. Tang Tian noticed the Great Clan Elder's gaze. He suddenly raised his right hand and gently waved at the Great Clan Elder, as though he was greeting someone he knew. Until his gaze swept across Tang Tian, his body suddenly stopped, and his pupils constricted. An orderly group of black steel guards stepped on the calm surface, as though they had walked out from hell. Every single soldier had a cold expression. They did not look sideways, and there were no other noises in the group. There seemed to be no end to the soldiers who walked out of the fog. Their expressions were calm, but the killing intent around them was almost tangible, like a black fog curling around their bodies. Their bodies flashed with a breathtaking black luster. Southern Cross Army, Ocean of Peace, undead soldier spirits reporting for duty. Like chains dragging on the ground, the sound of orderly footsteps and the clashing of armor gathered into a torrent. Tang Tian's expression was calm. He wasn't intimidated by the Great Elder's aura at all. He didn't even see the sharp aura from Tang Tian. He was like an ordinary person who didn't cultivate, standing there quietly without any aura. The appearance of the Great Elder brought with it a suffocating sense of oppression, causing people to become absent-minded. Great Elder sighed. It's a pity that the young man has such a deep prejudice against me. Looks like between the two of us, one of us will be buried here. The Great Clan Elder's gaze flickered. He did not expect the opponent to have so many spirit generals. Furthermore, the quality of the spirit generals surprised him. Although the spirit generals by the lady's side felt the pressure from his gaze, but they did not have any intention of submitting, but instead stared at him fiercely. "Call everyone out." Tang Tian shouted, his expression faintly agitated. The heavy war flag smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble and soil to fly everywhere. The black Southern Cross flag fluttered in the wind. When the Great Clan Elder's gaze landed on them, everyone felt as though their bodies were burning, and all of them were overwhelmed with shock. However, Great Elder remained calm and unperturbed. His crazy and callous heart was not only towards enemies, it was even more callous towards himself. Axen turned his face in a daze. As though he did not understand what was happening, his expression was sluggish. The coarse and ancient voice sounded as though it came from 10,000 years ago. It resonated in the sky. "Ha!" The Great Clan Elder laughed. "With just you guys? Who gave you the confidence?" Not only was the Great Clan Elder shocked, even Dooku was shocked. There were always some geniuses in the world that made people feel helpless. The Great Clan Elder was like a dazzling sun, devouring everything around him. The 300 radius around him was a law-forbidden zone. But Tang Tian was the exact opposite. His body's aura was perfectly fused with the space around him. His existence did not affect the law threads around him at all. He was like air. The Great Clan Elder had spent so much effort to create spirit generals, but only a few of them were able to satisfy him. When he saw that the opponent actually had so many outstanding spirit generals, in that moment his calm and tranquil state of mind revealed a ripple. Although Tang Tian did not reveal any dangerous aura, but the Great Clan Elder was able to recognize him with one look. He was the one who was spying on them in the dark. But what shocked him was Tang Tian's current state. Dooku, who was previously filled with admiration, froze, and stared blankly at Tang Tian. The Great Clan Elder still had the demeanor of an expert, but what about Tang Tian? His foolish look immediately destroyed the mentality of all the experts. If the Great Clan Elder was a wolf, his eyes would definitely be lush green. Tang Tian looked at him as though he was looking at an idiot. Eternal existence? Who gave you that confidence? Today, your dog's hit temple will be destroyed by me. In his eyes, the great clan elder's body was like a boundless ocean that had collapsed into a whirlpool, containing an endless amount of power. Even if the other party was just standing there quietly, but the 300m radius around him was clean, as though it was an empty space, without a single law thread to be seen. The other party's transformation could not be any simpler. It was to absorb the holy flames. But this seemingly simple method that did not require any technique, when the amount of holy flames reached a certain level, the difficulty was far beyond what anyone could imagine. To absorb the vast amount of holy flames into his body, and allow the holy flames to collapse and revolve in his body. But such a vast amount of holy flames required a terrifying amount of control. The great clan elder's eyes flashed. He spoke sincerely. Young man Tang is truly heroic. If young man is willing to join my temple, I am willing to give up my position as the great clan elder and allow young man to be the leader. The great clan elder watched coldly from the side. He glanced at Axen and calmed down. He is extremely ordinary. There's nothing special about him. When Dooku realized that his state of mind was being taken away, he knew that he was at a disadvantage in the formless confrontation. Regardless of how cruel and bloody the other party's methods were, or how crazy the other party was, the other party's determination was extremely terrifying. Everyone's eyes landed on Axen. They did not understand, why did the master call for Axen at such a time? Axen is truly strange. Other people who came out from the tornado seemed to have changed into a completely different person, their strength explosively increasing. But Axen seemed to have changed as well. His previous quick-wittedness has disappeared, and he has become such an idiot. That's true. Tang Tian nodded his head unexpectedly. With just the few of us, it is not realistic for us to kill all of you. Call everyone out. The leader was a tall and sturdy general. He carried a gigantic war flag. The flagpole was thicker than his body, the black flag was as dark as the night sky, and the Southern Cross insignia shone like a star. The great clan elder's gaze swept past Ji and the rest. Without any undulations, the current level of people were no different from ants in his eyes. His eyes lit up. He always felt that his spirit generals were lacking something, and now he understood his spirit generals were lacking the ferocious aura. If the batch of spirit generals were to land in his hands, he was confident that he could create an invincible spirit general. Dooku's eyes widened. The might that the great clan elder was releasing was actually much stronger than the day he saw him. He initially thought that the great clan elder had already completed his transformation, and his strength had started to stabilize, but he never thought that the great clan elder would have another breakthrough. Why is there such a huge difference? Behind him, the black mass of battle formation was solemn and silent. He suddenly shouted, Axin! Hua. Axin looked at Tang Tian in a daze. Dooku, who was filled with shock, turned his head, his gaze landing on Tang Tian. Ignoring everything else, in terms of how they treated him, Tang Tian and the great clan elder had some similarities. The great clan elder's gaze swept past Axin, but did not stop. The lifeless spirit general did not attract his attention. The pitiful Axin was directly classified as cannon fodder by the great clan elder. Even Dooku, a powerful martial artist who had already stepped into the legendary realm, was sighing. One could only imagine the strength of the two of them. When he saw Xiao Ran, his feeling reached its peak. He was slightly surprised. There is actually such a perfect spirit general in the world. He did not know how Xiao Ran's ability to command was, but purely in terms of the spirit general's body, Xiao Ran was much more outstanding than Sophie. Sophie's talent was outstanding, but in the end, she did not experience many real battles. Xiao Ran's talent was far from Sophie's, but when she was alive, she was in the Three Great Armies War and experienced countless of tough battles. After becoming a spirit general, her consciousness was not destroyed, and she fought in the ancient battlefield for tens of thousands of years. Adding that she liked to charge at the front, her body had been tempered through countless of battles, and was close to perfection. What a ferocious spirit general! The great clan elder sighed. The most painful thing in the world is to admire people but have different ideals, and have no choice but to kill them. Relax, after you die, I will refine you into a spirit general to protect Temple and let you witness the eternal existence of Temple. I never thought that meeting the godlike young lad would be like this. The great clan elder suddenly laughed with a tinge of reminiscence. In the past, when I saw the news of Heaven's Road from Temple, I felt that young lad Tang was extraordinary, but I never thought that you would grow to such a realm and become the #1 enemy of Temple. When he realized that he was at a disadvantage, the first person Dooku thought of was Tang Tian. Tang Tian stared at the great clan elder, and after a moment he suddenly revealed a bright smile. His tone was indifferent but firm. If I don't kill you, how can I face the millions of vengeful spirits that died in the Saint Continent? In that moment, the entire place became silent. Tang Tian sneered, and then refine me into a spirit general? The great clan elder's gaze swept across the entire place. He wanted to see who dared to become his enemy. Chapter 942. All of the spirit generals felt a jolt in their minds. The words seemed to have directly pierced into their brains, and their initially hazy and lost consciousness suddenly became clear. That's right. Sir General is right. They were not able to catch up to support the army, but it was also because the army was gone that they, the spirit soldiers, were left with the responsibility of protecting the glory of the army. The battle immediately reached its climax. It was the first time there was a commotion in the orderly formation. All of the soldiers' gazes landed on Xian. Xian's gaze swept across everyone, and asked loudly, "We have not been destroyed in 10,000 years, why?" Because Xian wiped his tears and walked to the leader of the group. He bowed and said loudly, "Southern Cross Army General Xian, reporting for duty." Bang bang bang. Dooku stood up without hesitation and smiled faintly. The great elder's methods might seem powerful in the eyes of others, but in Dooku's eyes, such little tricks were not worth mentioning. Xian's heart suddenly throbbed in pain, as though it was being stabbed by a knife. Hearing their self-blame, their sorrow and disappointment, the image of them charging forward like moths flying into a flame appeared in his mind, and the words, "Without knowing if the army is dead or alive, how can we rest in peace?" floated in the sky above the ocean of peace. It did not matter if they lacked training, they just had to train more. It did not matter if they were injured, there was an endless supply of holy flames. It did not matter if they died, they would be eliminated, and the remaining would be the elites, as for cannon fodder. All of the soldiers' eyes dimmed down, and sobs sounded out from the formation. Many of them were fading away bit by bit. They were originally remnant spirits, but because the obsession in their hearts had not disappeared, they bitterly held on, and were not destroyed by the passage of time. But upon hearing that the army was gone, they felt that there was no meaning in persevering for so many years. Without the support of their beliefs, their bodies would melt like snow and disappear. Rumble rumble. The gold formation and black formation faced each other, with a clear distinction between them. How is that possible? The great clan elder felt that his understanding of spirit generals was completely toppled. As long as our spirit soldiers are not destroyed, the Southern Cross Army will not die. We have already thrown the passage of time behind us, we have already pierced through reality. After 10,000 years, we have once again reunited on the battlefield, and we are once again standing shoulder to shoulder. The oath we made back then is still raging in our hearts, and the war flag is still fluttering above our heads. The opponent's spirit generals were not any less than his, and what made it even harder for him to accept was that the quality of the spirit generals were much higher than his Holy Flames Spirit General Army's spirit generals. The great clan elder revealed a satisfied look. Even after the opponent had displayed his strength, Sophie was still unaffected, and his own spirit general did not show any signs of fear, and welcomed the enemy without retreating. The great elder witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. There were a few times when he wanted to interrupt, but he didn't know how. The attachment and recognition these spirit generals had towards the army was truly astonishing. He was a little envious. How could he have such loyal and devoted subordinates? He floated to Xianxia's side and drew a circle in the air with his palm. The burly man returned the greeting and said in a deep voice, "General, according to the wartime regulations, you will be given the highest authority. But before that, General, can you tell us, is the army still there?" The soldiers raised their heads and looked at the general, who wasn't very strong, with tears in their eyes. Xian's entire body released a biting cold aura. He was like an unsheathed sharp sword that no one could block. Looking at the golden formation in front of him, his mouth revealed a disdainful smile. "All of you are just a bunch of empty shells. Come, I will let all of you experience what an army is. Thinking of defeating me here is just wishful thinking." All of the proud soldiers' dim bodies once again congealed, and were even more congealed than before, their faces releasing a different kind of light aura. The holy flames in the sky trembled intensely, and the holy flames scattered in all directions. "How can I rest in peace without knowing the life or death of the army?" After the initial shock, he had already calmed down. The sudden appearance of the Spirit General Army had disrupted his plans, but he was still extremely confident. "This is the Saint Continent. There are countless of holy flames here. It is the home ground that I have meticulously arranged. The enemy's arrangements are extremely targeted. It is obvious that they have studied the holy flames seriously. But, do you think that I only have these methods?" He raised his arms high and roared angrily. "Furthermore, do you think my home ground is so easy to deal with? As long as they are here, the army is here." Because he knew how they had survived for the past 10,000 years, he knew that every 100 years, they would be like moths flying into a flame and smash themselves into pieces. Sophie bowed and accepted the order. He turned and led the Holy Flame Spirit General Army to attack. Whoosh, the golden torrent also rushed forward. Bang! The surging, fighting, intense soared into the sky, like a flood dragon soaring into the sky. It fiercely smashed into the holy flame light screen in the sky. The forthright man's tears flowed down. He sobbed, "We are too late, we are still too late." That's right, it has already been 10,000 years. Southern Cross Army advance. He had never heard of any spirit general that could last for 10,000 years. Facing everyone's gaze, facing the piercing golden light, Xian suddenly thought about Screw, who had been howling in the ice coffin for 10,000 years, suddenly thought about the little brat who wanted to bring back the glory of the mechanical army and pass down the traditions of the army, thought about his everyday for the past 10,000 years, thought about how everyone had exchanged 100 years of slumber in the ocean of peace to be like moths flying into a flame. He quickly threw that thought to the back of his head. It was not important at the moment. Only the people who win this war will have a future. Who else but me? For the first time, his frivolous face revealed an unparalleled arrogance and disdain. He pointed to everyone, then pointed to his chest, and said word by word. When all the old soldiers gathered together, their stern aura immediately suppressed his Holy Flames Spirit General Army. An indescribable undulation spread out, and in the sky above the army, a faint halo appeared. When the Holy Flames landed in the halo, they were quickly destroyed. The Holy Flames transformed into threads of hollowified energy, replenishing Xian and the rest's losses. This was what he had learned from Tang Tian's Sword Tempest Cyclone, but his control over laws was even more profound, and although it did not seem powerful and could not be compared to the Sword Tempest Cyclone, but it was still able to replenish the losses of his soldiers. He smiled with confidence and said indifferently, "Sophie, I'll leave everything to you." The ocean of peace, the land that contained the hopes and hopes of the living, had become the battlefield that they had never given up for 10,000 years. The great clan elder looked at Du Ku. He was not surprised. Although the exchange between him and Du Ku was short and restrained, but the two of them knew of each other's brilliance. Du Ku's ability to use such a unique method to change the energy of the holy flames made his eyes light up. It's been 10,000 years, but the Southern Cross Army is still the Southern Cross Army. Southern Cross Army? Suddenly, the great clan elder thought about the origin of the name. It had once appeared in the reports of Heaven's Road. That was an ancient army that had long been destroyed in history. How can there still be so many spirit generals left? 10,000 years, for a spirit general to be able to withstand the corrosion of time for a few hundred years, that is already extremely powerful, but 10,000 years, what kind of concept is that? It was so long that even the spirit generals wanted to commit suicide. The great clan elder sneered in his heart. The great clan elder's eyes constricted. He knew that he had truly misjudged. General Ah Exin, he is the general spirit general that killed the Qiu offense army. He never thought that the spirit general who had a blank face was actually Ah Exin. At the same time, Tang Tian was also shocked. He knew that the undying sword had undergone a qualitative change in the sword Tempest Cyclone, and knew that the remnant spirits had reformed their bodies. But, seeing them walking out of the undying sword silently, seeing them carrying the Southern Cross Army's war flag and walking out like that, his heart was filled with an indescribable emotion and sorrow. A cold light flashed past the great clan elder's eyes. He gently flicked his finger in the air, and as though an invisible string connected to the holy flame light screen was plucked, countless of holy flames rained down. They are duty-bound. But not only that, there are so many of them. Xian's gaze was resolute. He looked at the new soldiers. His heart was similarly in turmoil, the intense fighting intent burning in his body. When he shouted out those words, all of the haze in his heart was swept away. That's right, so what if the army is gone? They are still here. The entire battlefield sunk into an indescribable silence. Only the sound of the war flags fluttering in the wind could be heard. Every word of Xian's was powerful and resonant, fiercely nailing into the hearts of the soldiers. They wiped away their tears, raised their heads and puffed out their chests. The army is no longer here. Xian's voice was calm. The spirit general soldiers were swift and fierce, their fighting intent was high, their discipline was strict, every single one of them had the temperament of a veteran that had been tempered and tempered on the battlefield. It's been 10,000 years, but we are still us. We are here, the army is here. He took a deep breath, and using all of his strength, he shouted, "But we are here." But, to him, controlling the holy flames did not require much energy, but how long could the enemy last? Below him, the gold torrent and black torrent clashed together. The black torrent slowly advanced forward. Their speed was not fast, but they had an unstoppable imposing manner, enough to crush all the enemies in front of them. When the Holy Flames landed on the Holy Flames Spirit General Army, the aura of the Holy Flames Spirit General Army suddenly surged, and when it landed on the Southern Cross Army, it was immediately weakened by the enemy's killing intent, but with the interference of the Holy Flames, their aura became sluggish, and they were slightly disrupted. Tears flowed out of Xian's eyes. His comrades, his seniors, were standing in front of him, fighting side by side with him, for the name of the Southern Cross Army, to fight. When he saw the unknown darkness, the Spirit General Army that had fought for 10,000 years, their bodies shattered over 100 times, truly struggling free from the ocean of peace, truly reforming their spirit bodies, truly bringing with them 10,000 years of unwillingness and longing, walking out of the ocean of peace, seeing them standing under the Southern Cross Army's war flag and shouting. An indescribable emotion surged in Tang Tian's heart. The great clan elder stared in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the Black Spirit General Army, his eyes staring blankly. Where did they get so many spirit generals from? For the sake of forming the Holy Flame Spirit General Army, I have sacrificed so many lives. Chapter 943. The great clan elder's attention was completely attracted by the large-scale army battle below. It was a rare sight for two elite armies to clash. She sat there quietly, until the sunset was swallowed by the night sky. She stood up and returned to the side palace. When he realized that the great clan elder's attention was attracted by Xian, he immediately knew that it was a good opportunity. The great clan elder's face changed. Illusion. Tang Tian's face changed. Without hesitation, he opened up his arms. Countless of law threads intersected in the air, like vines growing frantically, transforming into a wall of laws. His awakened god armor was activated to its limit. A transparent light aura lit up from the laws, forming a wall of light behind them. The great clan elder felt as though he was in a strange and dazzling world. His eyes were filled with all sorts of colored light spots, his ears were buzzing, and all sorts of weird sounds filled his ears. Sophie, you trash. It is said that His Majesty had stayed in Star Wind City when he was young and has deep feelings for it. No! All of the members' power of laws were completely sucked out, converging into a small black arrow on Tang Tian's fingertip. The arrow was completely different from the arrows formed by the usual number 9 tactic. The arrows formed by the usual number 9 tactic were sparkling and translucent, with ice markings and dark red blood webs, and inside the blood webs were light and flame markings. The small arrow that looked like a wisp of black smoke filled everyone with curiosity and anticipation. Du Ku immediately thought of illusions. It was the most useful method for beginners. Du Ku's standard was extremely high. The illusions he created not only touched upon light laws, but also sound laws, spatial laws, etc. The moment the army moved, a look of shock flashed past Ji Zhe's eyes. Behind her, 120 spirit generals slashed out at the same time. The great clan elder's movements suddenly stopped. The center of the honorable martial imprint on his forehead had an additional finger-sized hole. In the entire battlefield, Xiao Ran was transparent. No one paid attention to her. Sophie's opponent was Exin, while the great clan elder was guarding against Tang Tian. Other than Tang Tian, Du Ku was the only one who posed a threat. As for Xiao Ran, to the great clan elder, she was the perfect spoil of war. Chia's eyes were focused on the battlefield. Her mind remained calm. Even when the great clan elder used such a vicious technique, she was not excited at all. The entire battlefield was so clear in her eyes. The area with the most self-destruction was the area where both sides intersected. On the battlefield, Asin, Duke, and the others immediately reacted. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned around and ran. At this moment, Tang Tian finally made his move. His movement was so fast that no one could see it clearly. In the ice room, there was only an ice coffin, and a youth was lying quietly in it. Bang bang bang. Although the power within the great elder's body was terrifying, his comprehension of the laws was not high. Boom. Ji Zhe suddenly frowned. He had a feeling that he had missed out on something important. The only difference was that the great elder felt that he was still in control of the situation and only needed to guard against the enemy's sneak attacks. Among these people, the only one who could pose a threat to him was Tang Tian. In Tang Tian's eyes, these tactics were too crude. The great elder shook his head inwardly. He had spent so much effort, but the situation was still being suppressed by the other side. It seemed that he would have to find a few more powerful generals. Sophie was still too young to take on great responsibilities. Pay attention to your safety. Chia reminded. He could clearly feel the holy flames in his body going out of control. He wanted to laugh out loud, but no sound came out. 120 blade auras entered Xiao Ran's blade auras, and like a crescent moon, they shot towards the great elder. He was completely unprepared. The great elder was shocked. He subconsciously used his hands to block Xiao Ran's blade aura, while frantically activating his holy flames to devour the laws related to the illusions. Du Ku, who had just appeared, was struck by the palm. His face changed, and he activated his law domain to its fullest. A dazzling light aura blossomed from behind everyone, and before Sophie and the rest could even explode, they were engulfed by the dazzling light aura. The great elder was immediately hit. The great elder suppressed the rage in his heart and looked at the blade aura that resembled a crescent moon, his eyes turning cold. Bang! The holy flames in the sky blossomed with light aura, and the surging holy flames surged from all directions. Everyone on the battlefield were shocked by the great elder's palm, and there was even a momentary pause. In the blink of the eye, the entire battlefield was dyed with a strange dark red color. An excessive amount of energy was a form of destruction to tactics. A faint light aura imprint flickered on the soldier's forehead, causing him to reveal a look of struggle. A ray of holy flames flew down from the holy flames in the sky, and the moment the holy flames touched the soldier's body, it was dyed dark red. The holy flames started to grow, and the bright red light extended to the soldier's knees. But he did not sense any energy undulations at all. And Master's control has actually reached such a level? After quietly finishing her dinner, she went to the ice room as per usual. The zanbato in her hand gathered all the power in her body and slashed out. Xia looked at the familiar face quietly. Duke said that there was still a trace of life left in his body, and she was waiting for him to wake up. But the energy that he had injected had far exceeded the energy required for the number 9 tactic. With so much energy, how is Master going to handle it? No matter what tactic it was, the more energy the better. Not only was it not good, it would have many restrictions. Although I don't know what killing technique Big Brother Tian has prepared for the Great Elder, but I know that Big Brother Tian is waiting for an opportunity. Beat me up like a dog? I haven't taken care of him for a few days, and he's already so arrogant? No, I can't take this lying down. The soldiers of the Holy Flame Spirit General Army, regardless of strength or experience, could not compare to the Spirit Generals of the Southern Cross Army. Even with the replenishment of Holy Flames, they were still suppressed to the point that they could not even lift their heads. Cut in from there, and then rush to the left. As long as you create an opening, leave the rest to AXN, he will make good use of it. The opponent's formation will lean towards AXN, you try to take a roundabout route, and cut in diagonally from behind Sophie. Duke, who struggled to climb out from the deep hole, he wiped the blood from his mouth. It was the first time he was in such a difficult situation. He had suffered such a heavy blow. His law domain had started to crack under the berserk attack. The Great Elder was truly terrifying. His body seemed to contain a berserk ocean. It was the first time Duke had tasted such an astonishing power. It was as though Xia had cast a spell on him. How can Duke, who has gained enlightenment on a law domain, be an idiot? The moment he was injured, he immediately realized that his strategy was wrong. The power in the Great Elder's body was extremely terrifying, and if he were to clash head-on with him, he would only be asking for trouble. When Xiao Ran brought the Spirit Generals and suddenly cut in behind Sophie and got close to the Great Elder, it attracted Sophie and the Great Elder's attention. Xiao Ran's charge did not attract much attention from the Great Elder. He was currently focused on capturing the opponent's Spirit Generals and guarding against Tang Tian. He had long coveted the Spirit Generals, and did not hesitate to sacrifice his own Spirit Generals to seize control of the Spirit Generals. But what surprised him was that the power of the Ocean of Peace was much stronger than he had imagined, and he had no choice but to expend more power to suppress the Ocean of Peace. AXN immediately realized the benefits of Tang Tian's suggestion, and roared, "Undying Sword!" The blood cocoons on the soldiers all exploded. "Luckily I have a backup plan," the Great Elder laughed, and the honorable martial imprint on his forehead suddenly lit up. Bang! Amidst the chaotic battle, a soldier of the Holy Flame Army suddenly exploded, transforming into a golden holy flame with a tinge of dark red. It was extremely bewitching. A Spirit General of the Southern Cross Army who was closest to the explosion was infected by the dark red holy flame. In the Great Elder's heart, these people were not even considered his soldiers, and in his heart, there was no one who could not be sacrificed. Xiao Ran's charge was extremely smooth. Her charge was much stronger than AXN, and the Spirit Generals by her side were much stronger than the ordinary Spirit Generals of the Southern Cross Army. Tang Tian had obtained a huge improvement in the Sword Tempest Cyclone, especially his understanding of laws, which had a qualitative improvement. This was something that Tang Tian had sensed the change the moment he connected to the God Armor Army. All of a sudden, the fixed pattern that he had trained for a long time had been toppled, and Jizai was stunned by Tang Tian's unfathomable control. It was not only Jizai, all of the members of the God Armor Army were shocked by Tang Tian's sudden move. The Great Clan Elder never thought that I would actually lose to an illusion, but you guys can't win either. And Tang Tian also thought that he had the advantage because he had companions and he trusted them. She had long become impatient. The battle in front of her was so intense, but she could not participate in it. To her, it was a form of torture. He secretly signaled to Ji Zhe and Fu Jingji with his eyes, and the God Armor Army quietly moved. In the past, the tactics that he had prepared for the God Armor Army were relatively stiff and rigid, and were pieced together from various laws. Tang Tian's expression remained the same, He had clearly seen the great clan elder's mocking look. But the battle between the two parties had just begun, and just like how the great clan elder knew that he was waiting for a chance to deal the fatal blow, the great clan elder had long noticed the killing technique in Tang Tian's hands. Tang Tian's face suddenly changed. Quickly run. It was Dooku who had just crawled out from the deep pit, who looked like he was on the verge of death, who suddenly made his move. Buzz, a sword hum came out, the undying sword flew into Xianxian's hands, and the black ocean of peace extended out from beneath Xianxian's feet. The familiar aura of the black ocean immediately caused the soldiers who were dyed by the dark red holy flames to calm down, and the honorable martial imprints on their foreheads gradually dimmed. Tang Tian did not immediately attack, but patiently waited for an opportunity. She was instructing Xiao Ran softly, her tone was calm and confident, which made people believe her. She was unable to participate in the battle at this level, and if she were to lead the troops to attack, she would have to divert everyone's attention to take care of her. The honorable martial imprint on the great clan elder's forehead became even brighter, the aura around his body suddenly surged. The terrifying power caused Dooku's body to tremble, his vision blurred, he was unable to react in time. Boom, he was forcefully smashed into the ground, leaving behind a large pit. Tang Tian's reminder sounded out in his ears, causing Xian to quiver. He struggled free from the rage, feeling ashamed in his heart. I should not have been blinded by rage during the battle. If Tang Yi was here, he would definitely recognize it. It was his most proficient heavy spear assault. But in Xiao Ran's hands, the heavy spear assault did not have any fiery aura. The control of the brand new awakened god armor had increased by leaps and bounds, allowing Tang Tian's control over the god armor to increase by leaps and bounds. Xie glanced at Tang Tian, who was in the distance. She understood her brother Tian too well. Not making a move after so long is not in line with brother Tian's personality. Then there is only one possibility: brother Tian is waiting for an opportunity. The great clan elder's face immediately darkened. He naturally did not place such an attack in his eyes, but in his eyes, Xiao Ran and the rest were like ants. But he never expected that the ants in his eyes would actually take the initiative to attack him, and even allowed them to get so close. It was the crucial moment for him to seize control. Damn it. But it will not be easy to defeat me. Yes. Xie said seriously, I have noticed Sophie's habits. She likes to protect the flanks. It is a very orthodox response. So she will definitely use the main force to deal with Xian. She wants to share the pressure with the great clan elder. So this is your chance. You can cut in behind Sophie and attack the great clan elder. Remember, one move and only one move. Do not get close. Do not hold back. After attacking, immediately retreat. Do not hesitate. Do you remember? Xie sat on the boulder. Propping up her chin, she looked into the distance. In the past, he would come here every night to train his fundamental martial techniques. Before she left Star Wind City, she would sit on the boulder like this and watch him perspire profusely. Ji Zhe's eyes lit up. He knew that he had missed something: energy undulations. He actually did not feel any energy undulations. He almost screamed out, "That's impossible. There are so many different types of energy stacked together, how can there not be any energy undulations?" Wait a minute. Without waiting for them to react, Xiao Ran took a deep breath and bellowed, "Kill!" Seeing that Sophie's formation was tilted by Xian, Xiao Ran did not hesitate. She brought her spirit generals and quietly made a big circle. Young Miss is the goddess of war who defeated Xian. 5 years later, bang bang bang, one after another, the holy light flames spirit generals exploded, transforming into dark red holy flames. He did not move at all. The holy flame pillar on his right arm shattered. Tactic number 9 was the tactic they trained the most, and he was naturally extremely familiar with it. But the feeling this time was completely different. Usually, he needed to be extremely focused and pay attention to the coordination between his comrades. The most difficult part of tactic number 9 was the linking and stacking of different types of energy. If any of the steps were off by 1/100th of a second, it could cause the power to decrease. For the sake of linking up accurately, they had to suffer a lot, and only then did they become more proficient. But even so, they had to be 120% focused in battle, if not any negligence could cause them to fail on the verge of success. A dazed and angry voice came out from the ice coffin. The soldier's movements suddenly froze, the red holy flames seeped into his body. Brandishing out his blade aura, Xiao Ran remembered young Mrs. Warning. Without even looking, he turned and ran. The leaders of both sides were outstanding military generals. They were able to use special methods to directly give orders to their subordinates. The armies were as nimble as their arms. All kinds of dazzling tactical coordination and confrontation were playing out at an astonishing pace. But what caused him to be dumbstruck was that he watched as the different attributed energies continuously gathered and stacked together. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, without any sluggishness. If not for Jizai being extremely familiar with the energies, he would have thought that they came from the same source and were extremely close to each other. However, in his usual training, he knew how violent these different types of energy were. Just by stacking them together, they would be blasted to the point of being covered in dirt. The great clan elder looked at Tang Tian with a face full of ridicule. He ignored him and raised his right arm. A pillar of holy flames descended from the sky and enveloped his palm, connecting him to the holy flame screen in the sky. He appeared extremely calm, even when Axen was talking to the spirit generals. Most of his attention was on the great clan elder. The danger of the battle was unprecedented, and Tang Tian's attention was unprecedentedly focused. His rich battle experience told him that the situation on the battlefield could change in an instant, and opportunities could appear at any time, but they would disappear in a flash. If he was not focused, even if the opportunity appeared, he would not be able to grasp it. The dark red holy flames that were initially being devoured by the ocean of peace erupted with light aura. Once again taking the initiative, the blood cocoons started to grow again. Xiao Ran was extremely excited. "I'm going, miss." "Since it's like that, why not avoid the main force and attack the weak point?" "I will remember it." Xiao Ran nodded her head. Maybe others would have doubts towards such an order, but Xiao Ran did not. Furthermore, the quality of the soldiers on both sides had a huge disparity. His Majesty's secondary palace was at a mountain peak outside the old city district of Star Wind City. The scenery of the mountain peak was extremely ordinary, but no one knew why His Majesty liked it so much. For the sake of infecting more soldiers, the great clan elder had purposely lengthened the line of defense. Because of that, their original formation had been compressed to the point of being flat. He raised his left arm and was about to make a move, when his eyes suddenly blurred. Sophie's talent was unquestionable, her energy was outstanding, but she had many weaknesses. For example, her commanding ability was outstanding, but she had pitiful experience in commanding. One reason was that she had little battle experience, and the other was that she had little experience in commanding large armies. The Banner of Knights did not have any missions, so they naturally had little battle experience. Sophie had always been the commander of the Banner of Knights. The Banner of Knights was a small army of a few hundred men, and Sophie had never encountered such a large army with tens of thousands of men. The heart-wrenching screams were engulfed by the endless light aura. Sophie stopped moving. The light aura imprint on her forehead suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light aura. The other Holy Flame Spirit General Army soldiers also had light auras erupt from their foreheads, as though they were immobilized, and could not move an inch. And Dooku was very clear that he did not need any killing methods, he only needed to distract the great clan elder. Behind Sophie? Xiao Ran did not understand, wasn't the defense there extremely sturdy? They had never seen a number 9 tactic like this, nor had they seen a number 9 tactical arrow like this. Xian's eyes almost popped out. He never thought that the great clan elder would actually use the bodies of his soldiers as weapons. From the day he joined the army, everyone had treated him with care and concern, and after he became a military general, he started to treat his soldiers with care and concern. He had never thought that there would actually be someone who would be so ruthless to use his own soldiers as weapons to attack the enemy. Star Wind City was currently the hub that connected Heaven's Road and the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and the area of the city was much larger than before. But the true prosperity of Star Wind City was related to the Empress's favor. Ever since the Empress unified the sacred Saint Galaxy and Heaven's Road 3 years ago, the Empress had moved to Star Wind City. Dooku suddenly appeared behind the Great Clan Elder like a specter, but the Great Clan Elder seemed to have sensed it and slapped his back with a strange angle. Jizai and the rest's faces all turned white. That was Dooku, the #1 man of Sin Domain, to actually be slapped into the ground. This. As per usual, she spoke gently, "Big brother Tin, when will you wake up? Tomorrow is your birthday, and they will all come over. You have not seen them for many years, and they are all very powerful now, so quickly wake up. If not, tomorrow, Ling Su will definitely say that he will beat you up like a dog." The gigantic explosion caused everyone on the battlefield to tremble. But this time, Jizai felt as though he was being pushed forward by an invisible hand. It was extremely smooth and natural. What surprised him even more was that his power of laws was continuously flowing out, completely out of his control. If not for his complete and unconditional trust in Tang Tian, he would have long been afraid. Tang Tian had been staring at the Great Clan Elder from the start, his gaze never leaving him for a moment. In his eyes, the Great Clan Elder was the most important enemy. He did not try to close the distance between the two of them, as he knew that would easily attract the Great Clan Elder's wariness. Sophie started to fall into a disadvantage, which did not surprise the Great Clan Elder, but to fall into a disadvantage so quickly made him feel dissatisfied. He felt that Sophie was obviously not strong enough to support her military general system. He had prepared tactic number 9 for the Great Clan Elder, the God Armor Army's strongest single-ranged attack tactic. And her opponent, Xin, regardless of whether it was actual battles or commanding large armies, he had extremely rich experience and was extremely shrewd. Sophie's weakness would be grasped by him, and the opponent would slowly expand his advantage. Ocean of Peace. Seems like I can only use that move. As expected, everything is as the young miss had predicted. Chie, who was sprinting, suddenly sensed something and turned back. When she saw Tang Tian opening up his arms inside the wall of light like a moth flying in amber, her mind buzzed, and all the blood in her face disappeared. He felt that it was inconceivable. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.